All right, we are here. We're on air now.
We are, yes, sir.
And this is Live with the Mercy Project, our 2020 Share-a-thon. And we've been looking forward to this for a long time. And what are we doing today?
We are fueling the tank.
That's right. The first hour from now until 5 o'clock, we are fueling the tank. Do you have any idea who that is fueling the tank?
That's Brother Rick.
Yes, it is. That's Rick Montez, and he is. That is him fueling the tank. I believe that is somewhere. Do you remember where that was, Brother Tom? Where were we? I think that was Georgia. I think we were down just south of Savannah fueling the tank that day, and it was hot. And we had gone about 700 miles, and we still had 1,100 miles to go. So we were fueling the tank as we went along. But we need your help because we're doing a what?
Matching donation.
Yes, we have a matching donation. Between now and 6 o'clock, we have a $5,000 matching donation. So if you give $10, it will be?
$10. Well, 20.
20, right? There
20
you go.
in the end.
So if you give $100, it'll become?
200.
If you give 1,000, it'll become
2,000.
You get the idea.
Yeah.
So we want you to give today and help us fuel the tank. This is extremely important. We can't go anywhere without fuel. So between now and 5 o'clock, we're going to try to raise as much money as possible to help us fuel the tank. So you're going to help us do that, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what do we have planned in the fall?
Another trip in November.
Right. Very good.
Yep. The 14th through the 21st of November.
The 5th through the 14th.
To the 14th.
Of November.
I'm not good at math today and calendars.
The 5th to the 14th will be there, but the ship leaves October the 28th.
Yes, that's correct.
And I've already thrown him under the bus twice, and we haven't even got to our first video.
This is going to be a long 4.5 hours.
This is going to be fun. This is a lot of fun. So October the 28th is when the ship leaves Gulfport, and we'll need enough to fuel the tank 2 more times. It's full at the moment, got 5,000 gallons on board, but we'll need 2 more tanks to make that trip. So help us out and make it happen. But right now, we're going to do something else. You know what we're going to do right this minute?
Listen to some music.
Actually, no, we're going to do something else. What are we going to do right this minute? We're going to see a brand new video of our ship. So we want you to tune in and watch the video of the ship. And while you're watching that video, pick up that phone and dial one of those 2 numbers on the screen and get us started.
Yes, sir.
We are outrageously excited about the Mercy Project because our ship, Mercy's Vessel, is finished. And let me just tell you, this is a project that is near to our hearts. And we had a dream that one day we would have a clinic on board a ship, and that ship could just go right into port, and people could come right to the ship and be seen by doctors and nurses who would love them and care for them and provide the medical attention that they need, while the rest of us took the opportunity to tell them about the love of the Lord Jesus Christ and give them the gospel plainly and concisely so that we might see them saved. And you know what? That dream was a vision. It became a desire, a yearning, a longing to see it come to pass. And then it became a goal where we began to buy the ship and work on the ship and get people to come out and work on it day and night for months at a time. And it was just a move of God upon so many to make this happen.
The cross before me, the world behind me, the cross before me, no turning back, no turning back. I will follow you, Jesus, and I will follow you, Jesus, and I will follow you, Jesus, and I will
So you know what? Several $100,000 and thousands upon thousands of man hours have been invested into Mercy's vessel so that she's ready to go now. But she still needs your help. You know, every time she leaves, there's fuel that has to be taken on board so she can stay afloat and go where she needs to go. Food has to be provided for the crew. Port fees have to be paid for so that she can reach the areas that she needs to go. And every time she goes somewhere, lives are going to be touched and changed, and missionaries are going to be encouraged, and the gospel is going to be preached. Make a donation today. It'll make a difference in your life, and it'll make a difference in lives that you may never know, you may never see them, but in eternity you will find that people from all over the world have been touched because of the donation that you made to the Mercy Project to make Mercy's vessel possible. Okay, we're back. We hope you enjoyed that video. I think we're going to show that video every hour at the top of the hour, or pretty close, and to let you see, exactly what we're doing. And everybody's not going to watch all day, although you could.
Yeah.
You could watch all 4.5 hours. But if you don't, and many people won't, when you do tune in, we want you to get a chance to see that video. So we've got some mail that has come in specifically for the Share-a-thon today, and we're going to be opening some of those envelopes as we go along. But this one did not come out of an envelope. This is actually our first gift for the day, and it comes from one of the ladies that's working in the office, and they are they're not manning the phones, are they? Because it's two ladies. So are they womaning? Are they? They're working the phones. That's what they're doing. They're working the phones. And she gave the first gift, and you can record that. How much is that?
$50.
$50. So we have our first gift of $50, and then we have a very, very nice gift that was sent to us. The enclosed check I am donating to the Mercy Project for our fuel in memory of Frank Bowman. And this is from Linda Letterman. Linda, we thank you very much. And how much is that?
100.
So we got 150 so far this hour. We got a long way to go. We need to raise $5,000 in the next hour and 45 minutes. Actually, that would be $4,850. So we need to raise another $4,850 in the next
45 minutes.
hour and 45 minutes.
Hour and 45
But
minutes.
we
Right.
want to raise as much as we can for the fuel, and so far we've got this much toward the fuel, so that's a big start. So pick up that phone and give us a call and add to what we already have and keep us moving, because there's an awful lot going on. So we're going to go over
We probably should mention too that yellow donate button.
Yeah, there's a
On the
yellow
web.
donate button. If you, as a matter of fact, I don't know if they can see this, but if you go to our website and click on the Mercy Project, the Share-a-thon page, there's actually 2 yellow donate buttons that you'll see right away, one over here and one over there. And you can just give online. You can just click on that. But if you want to use your credit card or your debit card or your PayPal account, or even if you want to mail in a check, or if you want to do a bank draft to us, we can do any of that. You just call in. Our ladies are in the office waiting for your call. You got 2 lines, 2 numbers to call. If one of them is busy, call the other line and call in and donate right now and help us out. We got a long way to go, and I believe we're going to have a very, very good day. So we want you to help us get started. But I was going to go over what we're going to do today right before we have some music. We're going to have some music from Chosen Road, and they're going to be singing Everlasting Arms. That's a great song.
It is.
Yeah, we love Jonathan Buckner and Chosen Road, and they've always been a big help to us. And we're sorry we don't have them live on stage today like we typically do when we do this.
They are pretty busy though.
They're pretty busy, and with the coronavirus, we've really not booked any outside singing groups since February. And
Right.
when we were here in February, they were the last group we had.
That's right, on a Sunday night,
Yep,
right?
Sunday night, Sunday night, Monday night. We had Jonathan Buckner and Chosen Road for our winter meeting, and that was the last meeting that we had here, other than our regular church services, which started back here on Mother's Day.
Right.
Yeah. But anyway, what we're doing today, let's hit that real quick. 4 to 5 o'clock, we are doing...
Help us fuel the tank.
That's right. And then from 5 to 6, we're going to...
Stock the clinic.
And from 6 to 7, we're going to...
Feed the crew.
And Tom is part of the crew. He's
Right.
sitting right here.
Right.
He'll be interviewed here in a little while. Tom, that's pretty important, isn't it? Very important. Yeah.
Everybody's got to eat.
We got to feed the crew, and they're going to be on board the ship for about a month. They'll leave around the 28th of October, and then they'll get back right around the 19th, 20th of November, a little less than a month, but about 3 weeks and a couple of days that they'll be on the boat. So you got to feed the crew. And then from 7 to 8 o'clock is very special time. What is that?
Right, the 2020 campaign.
Yeah, and we're asking folks to give us $20 a month over the next 12 months. And so the 2020 campaign is in big swing. We've already got about 25 people who've committed to that since the beginning of the year. We need about 100, and we'd like to have 20 more added today. And so we'd really like that done. And then the last half hour is what?
25 medical mercy packets.
We are asking people during the last half hour from 8 to 8:30 to help us put one of these together. There's $25 worth of stuff in a medical mercy packet, and we'll be mentioning that during that half hour, exactly what all is in those medical mercy packets. But we need another 25 of those today. We sent 150 to the boat back about a month ago, and when I go in August, I'm hoping to take another 150. We need 300 on the boat before we go in November. Sound good?
Sounds great.
Call in and help us. We got a lot we're trying to do. We're wanting to go to Puerto Cortez in November. So help us out. Right now we're going to hear Jonathan Buckner and Chosen Road, and they're going to be singing Everlasting Arms. And when we come back, we're going to be interviewing Brother Tom Gooch, who is one of our captains, a great friend. Are you ready? Here we go with Jonathan.
What a fellowship, what a joy divine, leaning on the everlasting arms. What a blessedness, what a peace is mine, leaning on the everlasting arms. Well, I'm leaning, safe and secure from all alarms. Well, I'm leaning on the everlasting everlasting arms. Oh, how sweet to walk in this pilgrim way, leaning on the everlasting arms. Oh, how bright the path grows from day to day, leaning on the everlasting arms. Well, I'm leaning, safe and secure from all alarms. Well, I'm leaning on the everlasting arms. Well, I'm leaning, safe and secure from all alarms. Well, I'm leaning on the everlasting arms. We're leaning on the everlasting arms.
Hello, everybody. We're back.
We are.
Yeah, and we got Tom sitting in between us.
Hello, everyone.
He is the thorn between the roses.
Got
Oh,
that
I'm
right.
sorry. He's the
The
rose
rose
between the
thorns.
thorns. So we're still wanting you to help us fuel the tank. That's what we're doing for this next hour. And before we get started with the interview, we're going to let Tom do the honors. We got an envelope from Unity Baptist Church, and that's going to help us fuel the tank. And so we're going to find out what they sent in for the Mercy Project today, and see what we got. What did we get today?
Unity Baptist Church sent in a donation for $1,030.
$1,030. That helps us a lot. So if we reach the 5,000, that turns 1,030 into 2,060.
60.
So we're getting there pretty quick. And I got several more over here. We're going to be opening them as we go along. Some of them are designated, so we won't open them until the hour that takes part in those events. But we're working on all of that, and we're going to have a great time, aren't we?
We are that.
All right. So
we're off to a good start.
Yeah, and we are looking for another song in about 7 or 8 minutes, guys. We're going to look for another song from Jonathan Buckner and Chosen Road. So y'all can be kind of getting that up. That'll bring us down to about half past the hour, if that clock on the wall is right. It's pretty close. So I think they run it up when I'm preaching.
Well, what do you expect?
For a good reason.
For a good
they run
reason.
it up about 10 minutes when I'm going to be preaching that day. They think I'm a rabbit chaser. You wouldn't believe that, would you?
I believe anything they tell me.
that-
I've worked with you too long.
That clock means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that is exactly right. So actually, Tom and I spent 18 days on the ship back last year in the month of August. And we had quite a time, didn't we?
We had a great time taking her from Egg Harbor, New Jersey, down to Gulfport. We
Yep.
had some problems along the way, but with God's help, everything was overcome, and we got down there safe and sound, and we ate good the whole way down, thanks to our cook. And
Yeah, we have an excellent cook, and I'm not giving her any less kudos than she deserves. Tom's wife, he's one of our captains, and his wife Diane is she calls herself the chief cook and bottle washer. And
well, I'm just a captain, she's the admiral.
yeah, she feeds us very, very well. As a matter of fact, we were talking about this the other day, weren't we?
We were.
She cooked. What was the fish she cooked that night?
Tilapia.
She cooked some tilapia. She pan-fried that stuff, and I think it was cracker crumbs, wasn't it?
Some sort of cracker crumbs and a seasoning, a special seasoning she puts on it, but it is great.
It was absolutely delicious, but she fed us good the entire 18 days we were at sea. And I wanted to talk with you just a little bit. When we come back after this next song, we'll talk about the last part of the trip, but I wanted to talk about the first part of the trip, from Delaware to Savannah. Do you remember that part of the trip?
I certainly do.
So I've waited nearly a whole year to let people know that this happened. But we were about, a little over 2 hours in, maybe 2.5, and I was down in the engine room, and you were up in the wheelhouse, and Mac was on the bow of the ship.
And we all at once lost an anchor over the forward bow, and we come to a screeching halt in a hurry. And
Both engines stopped, and I was in the engine room. So both engines stopped, and I'm like, whoa, what's happening here? And so I crawl up to the wheelhouse, and I said, what's going on? And you said?
we accidentally lost an anchor over the bow. And
So
unfortunately,
fortunately, we are a 2-anchor ship.
we're a 2-anchor ship, and that anchor that went over the bow, unfortunately, is still in the middle of the C&D Canal.
I don't know if it's in the C&D Canal. I think it's right at the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay, because I think we had just left the C&D Canal, but I'm not going to argue with you.
Yeah, it's in the Delaware River anyway.
It's in the Delaware somewhere. We spent about 2.5 hours trying to pull that thing up.
We did. Mac went over with his dive suit, tried to get it free. We couldn't get it free, so
It caught on something, and we couldn't get it free, and we pulled and pulled and pulled in it. And I think one of the worst things we ever did was to take a hacksaw and cut the rope.
that was bad, but we had to do it. There was a freighter bearing down on us, and we were right in the middle of the channel. It was either cut that anchor or get run over.
So we had to keep moving. But then it was right after that. You seem to be enjoying this, Derek.
I'm just listening.
Okay, it was right after that I went up to my cabin and found out that something else was going on, or not going on. And what was that?
I don't recall.
We had no air conditioning.
Yeah, we had no air conditioning.
And we had
you know
no-
what? Your cabin still doesn't have air conditioning because your cabin has a leak in the system.
Yeah, but I'd sent the bill already. I already paid that bill. They're supposed to come fix that thing because I mailed the bill, or I didn't do it. You know what that means. I had it done.
You had it done.
But I told the girls in the office to get that paid because I want air conditioning in my cabin when I get back down to the ship. So we did send that.
You had to go down a day or two early though, because somebody has to bring a power up before they can work on your air conditioners.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna stay across the street that night. It gets pretty hot in Gulfport, don't it?
It does that.
Yes.
Boy, it does.
So we didn't have any air conditioning until we got to Savannah, and we had one other problem between there and Savannah. And what was that?
Our generator quit on us.
And it was the generator that ran the water pumps. So we didn't have any running water, and we didn't have any air conditioning, all the way to Savannah.
All the way to Savannah, and then we bought another generator in Savannah and brought all the systems back up, and we went on to Gulfport.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the second half of the trip, but I'm telling you, it was 3.5 days from where we lost our anchor to Savannah. We didn't have running water, we didn't have flushing toilets, and we didn't have air conditioning. Fortunately, we had 1,000 gallons of fresh water on board, but we had to open the hatch and drop the bucket in and get the water out by bucket. So we had a little. We didn't tell everybody right away.
But you could mark out all down to experience. Now the crew knows a whole lot more today than they did on that trip when we took it down the coast.
I guarantee you, we wouldn't go 3 days without water now.
Guaranteed.
We've got spare parts on board the ship. We have 3 operating generators, all of them working good, so we have double redundancy. And so we've learned a lot.
We've learned an awful lot, and so has the crew.
And we've learned it the hard way. But in all of this, we have built up a lot of experience, haven't we?
We built up experience. The crew is better trained, and
Yeah.
we look forward for better times.
Absolutely. We're ready to hear another song from Jonathan Buckner and Chosen Road. Can he shout out and tell me what we're going to hear? International Harvester. Great song. You're going to love it. Introduce it.
Let's go ahead and listen to Jonathan Buckner of Chosen Road singing International Harvester.
The harvest is past, the summer is gone, but still some are not saved. The workers are few, just a skeleton crew, 'cause all have not obeyed. But like a mighty combine, the master's gonna come and gather the wheat from Kansas to Capernaum, and he'll reclaim the land that sin and death has won. When the international harvester comes. So don't you lose heart or grow weary as you labor, for you're not alone. Just keep your hand to the plow, and don't you look back now. Just hold on, for the night is coming. When like a mighty combine, the master's gonna come and gather the wheat from Kansas to Capernaum, and he'll reclaim the land that sin and death has won. When the international harvester comes, and there'll be a table spread with milk and honey and living bread, and all those who believe God's great bounty will receive. When like a mighty combine, the master's gonna come and gather the wheat from Kansas to Capernaum, and he'll reclaim the land that sin and death is won. When the international harvester, yes, he'll reclaim the land that sin and death is won. When the international harvester comes.
All right.
You're back on.
Yeah, we are. And we've been talking about the trip. But before we do, while we were gone, we had a couple of more donations come in. Tell us what we got there.
2 donations for $100 each from Harry and Jenny Middleman, crazy people, as well as Mike and Patty Mooney.
All right,
So
wonderful. So that brings us up to what?
that brings us up, handy dandy spreadsheet here. I'm such a nerd with this, but $1,380 so
All
far.
right, 1,380 so far. And so we really want to bump that up. We're trying, did we ever tell them how much what our goal is for the day?
I don't think we did. 15,000, right?
15,000, that's our goal today. So we got quite a long way to go, but we're making some real progress. And we're talking with Tom Gooch, one of our captains for Mercy's Vessel. And we've got an awfully big trip planned for November. And aren't we looking forward to that?
Most definitely looking forward to it. We had this thing scheduled once and it kind of got canceled for the COVID-19 and everybody was disappointed. Now we're all excited and ready to go.
Yeah, we were very disappointed. As a matter of fact, we had it planned for April and everything seemed to be going great guns. We had our mission partners dinner, which was scheduled at the very beginning of the month.
That was canceled.
Yeah, and that's usually one of our, well, it's always our biggest single fundraiser of the year, every year since we started it, and we've been doing it for, I think, 12 years. And so it's always our biggest fundraiser, so we missed that. So what you're doing today is kind of helping us make up a little bit of that, because normally we have the Share-a-thon in the fall, but this year, instead of the Share-a-thon in September, what are we having? What are we doing in the fall?
Golf tournament.
Golf tournament, all right. We're going to have the golf tournament, and I believe that's around the 24th of September, something like that, is our golf tournament in the fall. We'll be talking about that a whole lot more after we get through this. But we always have a lot of fun at the golf tournament. But yeah, we just really missed out on what we normally raise during that period of time. So everything you give helps make up a little bit for what we lost there, because we're going to need 2 more tanks of fuel. We're going to need food for all of the crew. We're going to need to stock the clinic and all the rest of that. Now, this hour we're fueling the tank. So everything you give during this hour is helping us fuel the tank. And we're going to be getting I'm going to open another envelope here in a few minutes. But before we do that, tell us a little bit about what went on the second half of the trip after we left Savannah and we had all systems working properly and they ran good from there on out. So what was it like after that?
The second half of the trip, we ran into a couple storms still in the Atlantic, and then we went around the Florida Straits and back up into the Gulf, and we hit the worst thunderstorm in the Gulf of the entire trip.
And I think it was the worst thunderstorm, because we didn't have too bad of weather last year. I think it was the worst thunderstorm they had in the Gulf all summer long.
All summer long.
Yeah. And we rode that out, but we did stop just before we got to Miami. We spent the night. We harbored and spent the night. And then as soon as we got around the Florida Keys, we come up on the Gulf side and we spent the night.
And run aground going into Burnt Bridge.
Well, you weren't supposed to tell them that.
Well, we did anyway. Tell it like it is.
Yeah, our plot charter was telling us that it was shallow, but our written charts were telling us that we had like 30 foot. Yeah. And so we should have paid more attention to that chart plotter.
To the chart plotter.
Yeah, and we ran, but fortunately it was a soft ground, and we were able to broke loose pretty good.
Yeah, we just had to wait on the tide to come back in, and we backed out of it.
Yeah, well, we just we didn't want it. We didn't plan to spend the night, but we did, because high tide was early the next morning, and so we just so when you ride Mercy's Vessel,
anything can happen.
Anything can happen. But the high tide came in and we broke free. And now you know why the ship leaves about 6 days early to make a 3-day trip, because you're just not really 100% sure on what we're doing. Well, tell us what we've decided to do on the boat, since some of our mishaps and some of our experiences got into play, that we're going to do different when we move it to Puerto Cortez this time than we did before.
Well, the main thing that we're going to try to do is, when we went down the Atlantic coast, we ran that ship 24 hours a day, and that was hard on the crew. It was very difficult on the captains, because the visibility was very poor running around the Keys of Florida and the crab pots and the shrimp nets and everything, and the coral reefs. So we've decided this year we're going to try to run in daylight hours and then give the ship a break and then go on down. For safety reasons, for everybody's sanity, just to keep
and their
everybody on the
comfort
same
as well.
page.
It's a lot more comfortable on the boat when you're not, because didn't it seem that as soon as the sun got all the way down, the storm started?
The storms would start, and that's still pretty much the way it is now.
Yeah.
But one reason we ran all night, because we couldn't anchor up anywhere. We only had the one anchor, if you remember, because we lost the one.
We left an anchor in the Chesapeake Bay, and so we only had the one anchor. But now we have two very good anchors.
Two anchors.
And we may even add a third before it's over with. Both of our anchors are bow anchors. We're looking for a stern anchor. We also have a rescue boat on the back that operates perfectly now. We had a few glitches with it early on, but now everything works perfectly with the rescue boat. So if we perceive anything out of the ordinary, the rescue boat gets dropped, and one of our men, or two of them, will hop into the rescue boat and go as a forerunner to make sure we're not going to run into any shallow waters that the boat can't take. And let us know those kinds of things. So our crew is becoming more experienced all the time, now let me just say this, they were an experienced crew, just not with a 120-foot boat with a 7-foot draft, 25-foot wide, and 180 tons.
But they've come a long ways, but if you go back to Philippians 4:13, it tells you all things are possible through Christ Jesus. It gives us strength, and boy, have I seen that happen on this ship time and time again.
The Lord has took care of us every way you can imagine, and we praise the Lord for it. And since we've put it in Gulfport, several times our crew has gone down, spent several days, up to a week and a half at a time, and 2 or 3 times out on the boat while they're there, learning more and more of just how to take very good care of Mercy's vessel so we can carry it in. All right, we are going to listen to another song from Jonathan Buckner and Chosen Road. What are we going to listen to this time, fellas? At the Cross. What a great song.
Yes, sir.
All right, and when we come back, we're going to open another envelope and see how we're doing. So let's listen to a great song, At the Cross, by Jonathan Buckner. And
I heard from a few of the members tonight that Darrell, that he's just a huge bluegrass fan, and they really feel like tonight is going to be a defining moment for your choir. But after this, they will be a bluegrass choir. I think they're going to do all right. What do y'all think? Yeah, all right. Y'all help us sing this one. We'll do At the Cross first.
Alas, indeed, my Savior bleed, and did my sovereign die? Would he devote that sacred hand for sinners such as I? At the cross where I first saw the light, and the burden of my heart rolled away. It was there by faith I received my sight, and now I am happy all the day. At the cross where I first saw the light, and the burden of my heart rolled away. It was there by faith I received my sight, and now I am happy all the day. at the cross where I first saw the light, and the burden of my heart rolled away. It was there by faith I received my sight, and now I am happy all the day. And now I am happy all the day.
Daryl, I think your choir sounds pretty good with the banjo in it. It sounds pretty good. Listen, now we kind of warmed them up, going easy with it. Now we're really going to see if they got what it takes, all right? Let's do I'll Fly Away. Can we do that? All right. G.
Oh, some bad morning when this life is over, I'll fly away to a home on God's celestial shore. I'll fly away. Oh, I'll fly away, oh glory, I'll fly away. When I die, hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. Oh, just a few more weary days and then I'll fly away to a land where joy shall never end. I'll fly away. Oh, I'll fly away. Oh, glory, I'll fly away. When I die, hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. Let's all sing the chorus. Oh, I'll fly away, oh glory, I'll fly away. When I die, hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. Oh, when I die, hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away.
And we're back. Okay, we got a couple of things we want to do here real quick. First of all, we have had some folks calling in, and we appreciate that. We also had, just now, I mean right this minute, we had one come in. There, go read it for us, that what just came in from a call-in order there.
$50 donation from Megan Kochenreuter.
Thank you very, very much. That goes toward help. And that, by the way, that $50 becomes $100 if we can match that within the next hour and 10 minutes with a $5,000 donation all total. We got another one there. Let's take a look at that. Who is that from and what is it?
It's you.
Me and my wife, not just me.
Right, $500 donation.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that, Tom. And he, you know what? He wants to make sure that there's plenty of fuel
In that tank.
He doesn't want to run out halfway there, I'll tell you that right now.
Not another anchor.
Yeah, we're praying that we're not losing another anchor. So, but we've had a great time on the boat, haven't we?
We have, but you might want to mention that on that 18 days down to Gulfport, we went through, what, 20-some thousand dollars worth of fuel, wasn't it?
Yes, it was $20,000
In 18 days, so
But-
we need fuel.
But fuel at that particular time was right around $3.50 a gallon.
Right, now it's half that.
Yeah, and right now, the last time I bought fuel for the boat was, we filled it up all the way to the top, and we paid $1.57 a gallon by the time we got our discount. So $1.57 as opposed to $3.50, that's a big difference. And so that's one of the reasons why we got everybody down there when we did. Before the price could jack up a little bit more, we wanted to get that tank full. So we have 5,000 gallons on board, and we're going to need probably at least another 6,000 or 7,000 gallons in addition. But we got to come back with a full tank.
Our plans are right now is to go to Cancun and fuel up in Cancun and then go on to Puerto Cortez and back to Cancun and refuel again.
And that's because Cancun is a very good place to fuel, and the fuel is safe there. There's some places we're afraid to fuel up because we don't know the quality of the fuel that we might get there. And so we want to make sure that we're pumping the best fuel possible in the tank. That's another part of our learning curve that we've been working on, is finding out where we can and where we shouldn't fill up. But before we finish up here, and in just a few minutes, we're going to go back and we're going to see our video again on the boat itself. But before we do that and close out our hour, we just have a little while left to fuel the tank. So if you want to do that, I know we got another donation that's going to come in on that, I'm pretty sure, because I had a call in earlier in the week and I got to check to see exactly what that is, but I'm pretty sure it's going to help us a long, long way toward fueling the tank. So we want to do that. But please call in and help us. Now remember, we need to raise $5,000 in the first 2 hours, because once we've raised $5,000, we actually have how much?
$10,000.
$10,000. So we don't want to lose that. And we're not going to mention the name of the matching donation because this particular person didn't want their name mentioned. So we won't do that. Obviously, we'll honor that. If you want to give anonymously, let us know that. We won't mention your name. But if you don't mind, we'd like to let it be known, all the different people helping us out. Fueling the tank. I wanted you to talk a little bit about the ministry of the ship before we actually start having clinic on board the ship. What took place from dry dock in New Jersey at Yanks Marine until Gulfport, Mississippi? Was there any ministry that was actually taking place while we were doing all this?
Absolutely. This is just in my own words, but to me, if that ship never left port to go to Honduras, the ship has already sailed, because the friendships and the ministries that's been shared through that ship has personally been unbelieving to me. I've seen different church groups come in there, Baptist, Presbyterians. I've had Mennonites on the boat. I've had Amish on the boat. But there's only one God. We're all serving the one God, and He's just brought the crew together. The volunteers that's come up put thousands of man-hours in that boat.
Yep.
And it's just been a true blessing to me to be a part of that.
So you were talking about the Amish on boat. We have a very close friend of ours that's an Amish young lady. And I'm not going to mention her name because she might not want it mentioned, but she came up to work on that boat, you remember?
I sure do.
And it was filthy. It was absolutely filthy. And she went up there and spent a whole day cleaning on that boat. And one of the things that she was doing is she was washing all the windows. Do you remember that?
I do.
And so this man right here, he was in the wheelhouse, and he said, please tell her not to climb up there and wash the wheelhouse windows. So
high.
if you can see this, I don't know if you can see this good enough, but right there are the wheelhouse windows. And before you even got it out, she had climbed up on a ladder, and she was up on the ledge, and she was washing those wheelhouse windows on the outside. Just a lovely girl, and we had a wonderful time with her. And if you're wondering, by the way, I have talked to that young lady many times about the Lord and given her the plan of salvation. And we're confident that at least this one Amish girl knows who Jesus is. And I'm not going to say any more about her because I don't think she would necessarily want that. But it has been a bringing in of all different peoples.
Absolutely. It's brought all types of people together. It's personally brought me a lot closer to the Lord because we've got a good bunch of Christian men
And
as
he
our
needed
crew.
it.
And I needed it. I still need it. I need all the prayers I can get.
Yeah.
But
Now,
it's been a blessing. It really has.
yeah, this is one of my very best Presbyterian friends. And, him and Dr. Rooney have become very close friends of mine over the years. And we've worked closely together in many ways in the ministry. And Dave will be with us a little later in the day. We're looking forward to that. But we just want to say that from my point of view, just getting to know Tom and working with him and his wife and being a part of their ministry. And he never says this when he's with us because he's always investing and praying and giving his energy into the Mercy Project. But there in Africa, y'all are part of a very, very important work.
In Kenya, we're part of an orphanage called Tamani World Children's Project, and we started out in, I believe it was 2008, somewhere along in there, with 3 little girls. Today we have 67, I believe it is, boys and girls. And we've seen God work in that throughout all these years and work in the Mercy Project. And
So
I just thank God for all that He's done in my life, period.
So from Africa to the Philippines, to the islands of the Caribbean, to Central America, our ministry is reaching thousands and thousands of lives and making such a big difference for the cause of Christ.
Amen.
And partnering with Tom and Diane has been one of the joys of my life. I've sort of left you out a little bit, haven't I?
That's all right.
You're all right over there?
That's all right.
But you learn more by listening than you do talking.
Well, I'm here for emotional support. Partly.
He's here so we can throw him under the bus. That's why he's here. But we're having a great time. Please call in. Please do that. And by the way, if you're watching us, share it and text and share and Facebook message people to let them know to go ahead and tune in. We appreciate all they're doing, and we appreciate the donations that are coming in. We're going to have another one right here. As soon as we finish with this, we're going to finish out our hour with fueling the tank with at least one more good donation. We praise the Lord for it. But we'd like for you to be included with it. So if you're really wanting to help us fuel the tank, you got about 5 minutes left, if that. So go ahead and pick up that phone and make the call. But right now we're going to run the video, the new video that we did about the whole of the Mercy Project, showing you the Mercy's vessel, showing you last year what we did in November. There's a lot of beautiful pictures of all. Oh, we had such a huge outreach then. And then a little bit of foreshadowing of what we're going to be doing this November in Puerto Cortez, Lord willing, and all those doors open up. Say goodbye to everybody, Tom.
Goodbye, everyone. God bless.
All right, we'll see you the next hour. We are outrageously excited about the Mercy Project because our ship, Mercy's vessel, is finished. And let me just tell you, this is a project that is near to our hearts. And we had a dream that one day we would have a clinic on board a ship, and that ship could just go right into port, and people could come right to the ship and be seen by doctors and nurses who would love them and care for them and provide the medical attention that they need, while the rest of us took the opportunity to tell them about the love of the Lord Jesus Christ and give them the gospel plainly and concisely so that we might see them saved. And you know what? That dream was a vision. It became a desire, a yearning, a longing to see it come to pass. And then it became a goal where we began to buy the ship and work on the ship and get people to come out and work on it day and night for months at a time. And it was just a move of God upon so many to make this happen.
The cross before me, the world behind me, the cross before me, no turning back, no turning back. I will follow you, Jesus, and I
So you know what? Several $100,000 and thousands upon thousands of man hours have been invested into Mercy's vessel so that she's ready to go now. But she still needs your help. You know, every time she leaves, there's fuel that has to be taken on board so she can stay afloat and go where she needs to go. Food has to be provided for the crew. Port fees have to be paid for so that she can reach the areas that she needs to go. And every time she goes somewhere, lives are going to be touched and changed, and missionaries are going to be encouraged, and the gospel is going to be preached. Make a donation today. It'll make a difference in your life, and it'll make a difference in lives that you may never know, you may never see them, but in eternity you will find that people from all over the world have been touched because of the donation that you made to the Mercy Project to make Mercy's vessel possible. Okay, we're back.
We are.
And you might not know who this is. So this is Josh Gregory, Dr. Josh Gregory, actually. He is, give us the name of your company.
It's Hometown Health.
Yeah, Hometown Health. And he worked with us in November, and wow, we had a great time, didn't we?
We did. It was a blast.
Yeah. It was the biggest, biggest medical clinic we've ever done. And it was the first time we ever had someone to do what you do. What do you do?
So I specialize in rehab. So I just saw any of the musculoskeletal complaints that they had, which was plenty of patients for me.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, we had 4 doctors and 4 dentists and 1 physical therapist. So he was the busiest of all. Everybody else had someone to kind of take a little bit of the load off, but not Josh. And as a matter of fact, most days when clinic was over, we were packing everything up and putting everything away while he was still seeing patients.
Yeah. Some just say I'm slow at my craft, but I enjoyed it.
He definitely did the most therapies of anybody while we were there, and he did a great job, and we had a wonderful time. It was a good crew, wasn't it?
Oh, it was a great crew.
Yeah. Do you remember exactly how many we had down there? And when I say had there, not just that we brought from the States, but then we had nurses and helpers from, and dentists.
Oh yeah, with the dentists
Honduras,
and all the helpers they sent us. I mean, we had what did we have? Over a dozen of us that came
Yeah.
down, but then they probably supplied at least that many.
Yeah, I think there was 14 of us that came down from the States and had at least that many
At least.
from the Honduran. So we had about 28 workers in the health area of it, in the clinic area of it. Then we had a couple of preachers and evangelists that were there. We had, of course, Rick and was there with us, and myself, and then we had Nancy was working with him, and then we had one of our nurses, her husband, came and helped us with the children's ministry. So we had, we just had a lot of folks working, and really great outreach. Tell us a little bit about what it meant to you to be there.
So this was my first real missions trip like that, and I've worked in ministry my whole life, or just about, but this was my first real missions trip, and boy, it was bigger than I could have imagined for. I mean, I forget how many patients we saw over the course of a week.
It was over 2,000.
Yeah, it was just packed the entire time, and to see this building, this outdoor building packed with 300, 400 people at a time, all hearing the gospel while they're waiting in line, it blew my mind to see that.
Yeah.
So.
It was an amazing thing. We didn't keep count of the number of children that made professions because the children were rotated in and out. We had at least 3 or 4 different groups every day because we'd do 2 Bible schools in the morning and sometimes 2 in the afternoon, but at least 1. And we just saw so many kids, it was hard to count. But we had about, I think it was 14 or 15 adults that made professions of faith during that week. And then we had some in the evening services that also made professions of faith. So it was a really, really great week. Oh, by the way, we said we were going to finish out the hour for fueling the tank, and I gave you a donation over there. I think is have you got it? There's an envelope over there.
Was.
Yeah.
Well, yes, right here.
Yeah.
$2,000 donation.
Right, $2,000 donation to help us fuel the tank.
Right.
And so that brings us to how much?
$3,930.
$3,938 so far today. So just a little over another $1,000, and we're gonna have our $5,000.
So close.
Yeah, less than $1,100, and we'll have our $5,000 donation. So what we're doing this hour is we're stocking the clinic. So get on the phone and help buy some medicines for the clinic, because we did go through the medicines, did we not?
It was out by what was it, Tuesday, Wednesday, we were running out of certain things.
Yeah, we were running out of medicines in the clinic. So let me explain this. You know about this. We always buy our medicines ahead of time. And we've talked about this so many times, about that because of the ship, we're able to do something different. What is that?
Take the medicines with you on the ship as opposed to sending them down there.
Right, and by taking them with us, we can carry a lot more because they can stay on board the ship even after the clinic is done. We cannot bring them on an airplane back. If we take them to the country and use them in the country, and then we have to leave them there, and we're not allowed to bring them back with us on the plane and through that. But as long as we leave them on the boat and don't take them off the boat, we can leave them there. So that means we're going to do what to the pharmacy?
We're going to stock the pharmacy.
Yeah, we're gonna. What we say is we're gonna double stock the pharmacy. We're gonna put enough medicines on board the ship to do 2 clinics, because what happened to us in November?
We ran out.
We ran out. We didn't run out of everything, but there were certain medicines that we ran out of very early on. And so Shirley went with us one time. And what did we do, Shirley? Yeah, we went from one pharmacy to another with our list, and it took us all afternoon one day to get some of the medicines that we were running out of. It was nerve-wracking. We don't have it here, they would say, and go over there and maybe they'll have it. And so we spent a whole afternoon tracking down some of the medicines that we really needed, and especially for some of the children. We had a couple of children that needed something very specific, very specialized, and one of them we actually had to go to another town. We couldn't find it in Puerto Cortez, and we had to send somebody to the capital city to buy the medicines that we needed for this child, because it was, I think it was a kidney infection or a kidney failure situation that the child had, and we need some specialized medicine. And so we had to chase it down. So by double stocking the clinic, we can assure that in any particular endeavor, we won't just run out of medicines.
Right.
And that's pretty, we're talking about it now, we're kind of laughing a little bit about how we ran around, but actually that's not the way it felt down there, was it?
No, it was more of an emergent type of situation.
Yeah, it was definitely an emergent type situation. We weren't laughing about it then. We were very, very concerned about several situations and several medicines that we really, really wanted to make sure we put in the hands of the patient before our clinic was finished. And it was a very distressing situation to have. So by double stocking the clinic will make a lot of difference. So right now, 50% of what would have went if we had gone with the ship the last time is already on board the ship. So now we're trying to do that all over again. And so you don't really know about how much it costs to stock the clinic, do you?
I have no idea.
Okay, so this is something that I actually know. Isn't that amazing? So yeah, it takes us between $5,000 and $7,500 to stock the clinic. That's what it takes. So to double stock the clinic, we would need at least $10,000. Now, we already have it stocked for one mission down there right now. So we're really needing to raise around $5,000 before November so that we can double stock that clinic. It would be far, far better if we had $7,500, because then we could make sure that we had enough for at least 2 clinics, maybe even 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and that would be great. But it always takes this much. And you also know that this, what happens from clinic to clinic?
Things change.
Very much so. Tell us a little bit about how you know that works.
So you mean from one area to another?
Yeah.
So I've not been on the other expeditions, but for this mission, I know in talking to Dr. Rooney and Judy and some of the other doctors there, it was very different types of things that they were seeing compared to different clinics and different clinics they had set
Because
up in the
before
past.
we had been primarily in Comayagua when we were in Honduras, and that was very specific group of diseases that we were seeing over and over. Right. And then,
and it was just something completely different in a city type of situation. There was a whole lot of different types of diseases that we were dealing with.
yeah, and some of them we weren't as prepared for as we wanted to be. And that's why we ran out of some of those medicines so quickly, is there was a lot of, if I'm not mistaken, there were a lot of skin diseases that we were facing there, and it was mainly respiratory diseases that we saw when we were in Comayagua. So we brought lots of medications for respiratory, not as much for the skin diseases, and then we got down there and we were kind of overwhelmed with it. Yeah. So tell us a little bit about what it's like to work all day long.
So it went a lot quicker than you would think, but it was just so rewarding, and it didn't feel exhausting. It didn't feel like, man, I can't wait to get to the end of the day. It was just, man, this person in front of me needs Jesus, and we have an opportunity to tell them about that and show them His love through just practical means by treating them, touching them, caring for them, and giving them advice.
Yeah, it was an awesome trip, one we will never forget. It may not be our biggest medical outreach in the future, but to date, it is definitely our largest medical outreach we've ever had. And this is what Josh, he asked me if he was okay dressed this way because he comes straight from work. But this is how he dresses when he works every day, with his, basically it's scrubs. But it's scrubs with the name of his organization, Hometown Health, which is located right here in Oxford. And we appreciate their support, their love, their encouragement, and loaning us. I guess he's loaning himself, but he from Hometown Health, but loaning himself to work with us. And we're really praying and expecting that the Lord may allow you to go with us in November.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're going back to Puerto Cortes. We have so much work to do there. We have 8 churches we've been working with there. And this hour, we are stocking the clinic. Please pick up the phone call. I don't think there'll be a more important hour. They're all important. But there certainly won't be any more important hour today than helping us stock this clinic, because we need to put lots and lots and lots of medicines on board that ship. I am planning to go down in August of this year. My wife and I are going down to take some things to the ship, and we're hoping to take a big stock of medicines to go into the pharmacy when we go down in August. So it'll be totally and fully stocked for the November trip. We're going to go now and we're going to hear a song. What song are we going to hear, fellas? We want to hear from the Sampsons. Couldn't be better. Somebody's Praying by Billy Sampson and his family. And we don't know why we love Billy, but we really, really, really do. So let's listen to Billy sing Somebody's Praying.
Somebody's praying, and I can feel it. Somebody's praying for me. Mighty hands are guiding me to protect me from what I can see. Lord, I believe. Lord, I believe that somebody's praying for me. Angels are watching, and I can feel it. Angels are watching over me. There's many miles ahead till I get home. Still I'm safely kept before your throne. Lord, I believe. Lord, I believe your angels are watching over me. I've walked the barren wilderness where my pillow was a stone, and I've been through the darkest caverns where no light has ever shone. Still I went on, 'cause there was someone who was down on their knees. Lord, I thank you for the people praying all this time for me. Somebody's praying, and I can feel it. Somebody's praying for me. Mighty hands are guiding me to protect me from what I can't see. Lord, I Lord, I believe that somebody's praying for me. Somebody's praying for me.
All right, we're back with Josh, and we're also back with Shirley Herr. And we're going to talk about a little bit about the experiences that they had on the last missions trip to Honduras. I just want to give you a little bit of a reminder here. You have phone numbers at the bottom of the screen there if you want to call and donate an amount. Any amount will help. You can also go to GPAMM.com. And if you go there, there's going to be a yellow button at the top right-hand corner, I believe, that's going to say donate. And it will probably take you no more than 3, 4, 5 minutes to be able to donate via credit card, PayPal, all different kinds of methods, but super easy. I know my wife's going to be donating something here in a little bit. Super easy, so make that donation and help us out. So I guess as far as this last missions trip was concerned, what were some takeaways that both of you had? Let's start with Josh first, I guess. As far as working together with other people, because I know when you go on a missions trip and you work all day long and you're trying to do ministry type work, there's a bond that's sort of created, you know, and talk a little bit about that experience.
Sure. So for me, I had never met anybody on the trip except for Pastor Gary. I had met once, maybe twice, and then Dr. Rooney I had met once. Other than that, I had never met anybody, but it just became such a cohesive unit. And really, we had no outliers, nobody that caused trouble. We had everybody just came together for the glory of God. It was really cool to see. And it just worked so smoothly. It really was surprising to me, honestly, just how well everybody worked together, especially me as an outsider coming in to people I've never met before. It just worked so well. And they, I mean, on the fly, they came up with a system for the clinic, for the VBS, for all of that just worked so well. And it was really cool to see.
Yeah, and I think when you go on one of these types of trips, your sole focus is what you're doing there, so there's no distractions. You're solely focusing on either the gospel or, you know, doing clinic or whatever. And Shirley, how about you? How was it working with everybody?
I thought it was fabulous with the unity. I would definitely echo what Dr. Gregory was saying. Pastor Moore led us in Bible studies on, he did Jude, and 1st and 2nd and 3rd John, and we all met together. And that seemed to really help with the unity, you know, praying together. And like he said, there was honestly never any issues with unity. I mean, it was like everybody was there for Jesus Christ. And that was very obvious. And so I would definitely go again. I'm planning to go in the fall again because it was just the way they set it up. It's totally focused on Jesus. And that's the whole reason that you're there. And so it kind of sets the tone for the unity.
I think it's interesting, too, how so many that have been on or went on, like, let's say your trip, they've been doing this with the GPA for years and years and years. And I think it kind of speaks to the testimony of going down there and having the experience and getting things done and to be able to do things ministry-wise. Tell us about the Honduran workers that worked alongside you in Puerto Cortez.
You want to go? Okay. Well, they had dentists and they had nurses and they had doctors. And I don't speak fluent Spanish, so that was a limitation. Some of them were bilingual, but they were so gracious and so humble. And of course, I worked in the pharmacy when I was there. And so we had prescriptions coming in from their doctors, and anything we ever needed to clarify, we did it through the translators. But they were really easy to work with. There was one time when I was in the pharmacy, and I was working with Carl Hewlett, a missionary.
Right.
And we had one of the Honduran doctors came in, and he was talking, so Carl was talking to him, and he just was really exuberant and friendly. And I said to Carl, I said, you know, ask him if he knows the Lord, you know? And so he did. He said, are you a Christian? And instantly his face changed a little bit. He was just as friendly. But so Carl just proceeded to share the gospel with him. It was so exciting because that's why we were there. But he just instantly stopped, took the time, and shared the shared the gospel with this doctor.
Right.
And that, to me, that shows again the focus of this ministry. Is on the gospel.
Definitely. I mean, when I went to Honduras, I believe it was in 2010, this is not just, you know, you have clinic all day and then there's one service at night, or this is, the gospel is a huge focus for these trips. Josh, what was in your mind, the greatest accomplishment as far as that trip was concerned?
Greatest, I mean, obviously, it's always cool to see people come to Christ.
Yeah.
That's really the purpose. But then, to me, the even more important part was to see that we were leaving them in good hands with the local churches, and
Yeah.
to see how the local churches there all came together and were unified, and we were able to place some of these people into churches after they came to know Christ. And so it wasn't just, hey, let's get you saved, we're out of here.
Yeah.
It was, hey, how do we make a disciple out of this person?
Yeah.
How do we allow them to grow in the faith after we're gone?
Yeah.
So as far as an accomplishment, I'd say that was just, it blew my mind to see how well that worked, and to see the unity amongst the churches there, and to hear feedback even since we've left about how it has changed that whole area.
Yeah, I think that's an important point too. Like with these trips, I mean, you're not talking about just going there, doing clinic, giving the gospel, and then that's it. You're making inroads for local churches there that are trying to reach people for Christ, right?
Exactly, right.
Shirley, what was your biggest, what do you think the biggest accomplishment was?
Well, there's a saying that, that you get the more blessing than what you give. And I would definitely say that my husband went along, and also our 2 daughters went. And we just came away with so grateful for what we have. I mean, the Hondurans, they were there waiting for us when we got there in the morning. And then some of them, although we tried to work very diligently and efficiently, they waited hours to be seen. They were so grateful for anything that we did for them, and that was a testimony. And then, like we said earlier, just working with a great team of Christians, that was very touching for me. Just being able to be honored, it's quite an honor to be able to serve in this capacity, to go on a team like this.
Yeah, definitely. Josh, I know you said that if you get another opportunity to go, you would go on another missions trip with the Mercy Project, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Shirley?
Yes, definitely, definitely, without a doubt.
Yeah, no questions asked.
Well, we'll have another update as far as what we've got for donations after this next song. I want to encourage you to give in this hour. We are stocking the clinic with medical supplies. Believe it or not, there are, I think, Josh or Shirley, there's always some kind of number that's given out when these trips end, as far as how many medicines we're given out, how many patients we're seeing, and the numbers are at least in the thousands as far as certain things. So it's not, these trips don't center around seeing a few, maybe 100 people. We're talking about
thousands.
Thousands that are being impacted for Christ. But stocking the clinic, what you give in this hour will go towards stocking the clinic on the boat. We have a phone number, or a couple phone numbers, at the bottom of your screen. You can also go to GPAMM.com, click on the yellow donate button in the upper right-hand corner, and it'll take you. That's probably like the social distancing option for giving, rather. If you don't want to talk to anybody on the phone. I know a lot of people are nervous talking in front of people, whatever. But you can use that option to donate. It'll probably take you no more than 5 minutes. Go ahead and make that donation. And we've got an update from Dr. Moore here when we come back. But right now, we're going to hear more music from the Samsons. And this song, one of my favorites, it's called Not Guilty. In fact, I think the last time they were here, Shirley, they sang it. And for one of our revivals, great song. And I think he's going to come up on stage here and give us that amount here, too. Let's not wait. Let's do that right now. All right. We have another donation, $1,000 from Pastor Tim Wright.
And that's the Wayside Bible Church.
Yes, Wayside Bible Church. And so thank you, Brother Tim. So let's go ahead and go now to the Samsons, Not Guilty.
I stand accused
There's a list a mile long of all my sins and everything that I've done wrong. I'm so ashamed. There's nowhere left for me to hide. This is the day I must answer for my life. My fate is in the judge's hands. But then he turned to me and says, I know you and I love you. I gave my life to save you. And love paid the price for mercy. And my verdict, not guilty. How can it be? I can't begin to comprehend what kind of grace would take the place for all my sin. I stand in awe now that I have been set free. As the tears well up and I look at that cross, 'cause it should have been me. My fate was in the nail-scarred hands. He stretched them out for me and said, I know you and I love you. I gave my life to save you. And love paid the price for mercy. And my verdict, not guilty. I'm falling on my knees to thank you. With everything I am, I'll praise you. So grateful for the words I heard you say. I know you and I love you. I gave my life. I know you and I love you. I gave my life just to save you. And love paid the price for mercy. And my verdict is not guilty. Love paid the price for mercy. And my verdict, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty.
All right, great song by the Sampsons. I want to remind you again, if you haven't done so already and you've got the availability to give, please give. During this hour, everything that you give is going to go towards stocking the clinic on the Mercy Ship. And Dr. Joshua Gregory is with us. And talk to us a little bit about some of the medicines that are going to go into this clinic and some of the medicines that you've worked with before.
Sure. So I'm a chiropractor, so I don't really typically deal in medication. But I know a lot of what they use was anti-inflammatories, things for pain. People had a lot of chronic pain issues down there and no access to regular pain medication. So that was some of what we went through the quickest. I know that you saw a lot of ringworm, I believe, too, a lot of skin diseases and medications for that. As far as what I dealt with, it was mostly durable medical equipment, things that we used as braces. But typically what we would use here, we'd use it very differently there. So we had a lady who had a broken leg and she couldn't afford to have it casted. So we were able to give her one of the braces that we would typically use for a knee, but we were able to give it to her for her broken leg so it could immobilize. So we got a little bit creative, but that's more what I used, was more the durable medical equipment.
Okay.
I think a lot of it was donated by ETI, which was really cool. But we went through almost all of that pretty quickly too. So Shirley might be able to speak more to the medications.
Yeah, we saw all, the whole entire lifespan of Hondurans from infants, and we even had a 94-year-old Honduran lady that came. And so we saw all kinds of things. We saw a lot of high blood pressure, and we saw a lot of parasites. We gave out a lot of vitamins, which are like basically gold to them because they can hardly afford it. So, which is really great for the children. We gave a lot of the children vitamins, and also, of course, the pregnant women and childbearing age. And I'm trying to think what else. Oh, antibiotics for just miscellaneous infections, and of course fungi. We did see that with the skin issues. But we saw a lot of Honduran people, and like I said before, they were so grateful for the care. And I have a picture in my scrapbook that I made of my trip. And there was a door, like in the pharmacy. I worked in the pharmacy, and there was a doorway, and often the families would kind of crowd at the doorway waiting for their prescriptions to be filled. And they would hold umbrellas to shield themselves from the sun. So I can still see their faces, and if I was really busy, but I would look up and smile, and they always had this ready smile and very grateful for all the medicines. Every time we gave them out, they were just so grateful for it. Because otherwise they wouldn't have had the medicine. And we saw some very sick children, sick babies.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I know that in talking with a lot of the doctors and nurses that have gone on these trips before, it's not just the fact that this ministry is going down there and giving people medical care that maybe don't have the funds to pay for it, or this is a ministry that is going to places where they don't have access to medical care, and if this ministry was not there, it simply would not get done.
Right.
I know in speaking with Dr. Rooney especially, he's even seen a lot of things that he's never seen in the United States. Did you have any experiences like that while you were on this
We've
trip?
had the one baby was completely blue. That was really sad. It had a heart defect. And the mother, just her nonverbals was basically pretty hopeless. I mean, her shoulders, I looked her in the eyes. The eyes, you see so much, and you could just read the hopelessness. She didn't have the medicines. And here in the United States, we would have access to those medicines. That baby would not have been, struggling like that here. So that would be something that I wouldn't have seen here in the United States. So.
Yeah, I think too, like Dr. Rooney talked about one time, a long time ago, where there was a case, or may have been another doctor or nurse that was on one of these trips, that they saw cases of like yellow fever and stuff that you read in textbooks, but you never see in the United States.
Right.
So, Josh?
Yeah, for me, it was not necessarily things I wouldn't see here, but things that would have been treated long ago here. So somebody who almost lost a foot to a vehicle accident, and he was really proud to show me the picture of his foot hanging off. But something like that would have been addressed immediately. So he was able to have the surgery for it, but couldn't go through any rehab for it. And this had been a few years. So things like that, where we take it for granted here that if I have a surgery like that, I'm going to be able to afford and be able to go to the physical therapy and the rehab. But there, it's just not even a thought. It's, hey, I got to get back to work as fast as possible.
Yeah. Right. Switching gears here, talk about some of the people that you were able to minister to. Shirley?
I guess I worked in the pharmacy, and so, like I said, I wasn't fluent in Spanish, so But the interaction that I had when I was out with the people, they were extremely grateful. And then sometimes I would get somebody to translate, so that I would be able to talk with them. There was one lady, I was walking through, and she had this black t-shirt, and it had white letters, and it said in English, "What are you doing to change the world?" And I was like, because it was in English, and so that really, I actually said, "Can I take my picture with you?" So she said, "Yeah, but that has changed my life," because I was like, she has a t-shirt that is speaking to me. So that was pretty amazing, because it's so many times I thought about that, like, what am I doing to change the world, for Christ, so.
So I lost count at some point of the people I got to lay hands on and pray over, and some of them just would weep, and you could just see they're so broken, and they've never been listened to with their complaints and their ailments before, because it's not life or death. Most of what I was seeing, most of them either can't afford it or just brushed it off, and for me to be able to give them hope was a huge breakthrough, and it just gives you that personal connection then where they trust you, and it gives you an opportunity to pray with them and pray over them. And for a lot of them too, there were some older widows or ladies who or men who don't necessarily have somebody at home with them all the time, and just to be able to, in what I do, touch them. And that can mean so much to somebody who hasn't been physically touched by another human being. So just be able to touch them is a huge breakthrough for some of them. So it was countless. There was nobody that really stood out to me. There was one lady who ministered to me. She started preaching the gospel to me, and then my translator told her, "Hey, he's a believer," and she's like, "Oh, okay," and she left. So there were some that ministered to me, but as far as people I ministered to, there was nobody that really stands out, but there were just dozens of them that you could just see that breakthrough, that personal connection.
Yeah. You could probably go to a place like Honduras or the other places that this ministry has been to and will go to, and you could probably solely preach the gospel, right? But I think both of you probably would agree that the clinic aspect of all this, and by the way, we're trying to stock the clinic in this hour, so going along with that theme, would both of you agree that clinic sort of has an effect of unlocking the door so that people can hear the gospel, right?
Go ahead. Sorry. So that was actually something I didn't think of when I went. It was something, it might have been in the back of my mind, but in my mind I was preparing and getting ready and studying up on some of my diagnoses that I wouldn't necessarily use here in the States. So I was preparing medically as I was going. And when I got there, I know Dr. Rooney said it to me. He said, "Josh, you're not going to fix these people. You're not going to fix every one of these especially. But you're going to be able to open a door where you can talk to them." And so to see that, what I'm doing today, it's going to help them, but it's really just a way to communicate with them and show them God's love.
Yeah.
I was going to say that the volume of people that we saw, the churches were very organized, and they had given each, different church, their people different colored tickets. And from talking with the pastor there, the people that were coming there were people that they had been trying to come invite to church but hadn't. So this was like a breakthrough for them. Because sometimes they were so excited that this person was there because we were getting a chance, to get the gospel into people that they had been trying. But because it was a, medical clinic, then they would come out for that and then hear the gospel, and then they followed up with the church, because we had different pastors from different churches there, different times preaching. Right. So that was exciting, because I thought, sometimes you pray for someone for years and then, they say, "Oh, it's a medical clinic," and they come out, and then, and plus it was actually in a church where we were. So it was like getting people who never really go in a church to walk in a church to get the help and then to hear the gospel. Yeah. So that was, that was exciting to see. And it was exciting to see the pastors, because they were really excited that some of these family members were coming, of these, church people that had been coming, but the family was now coming and hearing the gospel. Yeah. So that was really neat to be
Yeah.
a part of that.
I know, Josh, this was your first missions trip, right?
was, yep.
Shirley, what about you?
I've been to Costa Rica and Haiti and Honduras before.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. I know with a lot of these types of trips, the one resounding comment that you always hear from a lot of people that go on these trips and then come back is they're changed by what they see, and they're changed the way they saw God move, and especially on these trips, because you're seeing, you know, tons of people being reached for Christ. So talk about the effect that this trip had on you personally in the way that maybe you live your life now, or the way that you view your walk with Christ.
Yeah. So for me, it was very eye-opening just to see the poverty that they live in, but the joy that they have. So to come home, and I remember driving around Sunday morning. I drove to church. We got in late Saturday night, and going to church Sunday morning, and just seeing the expanse of what we have here and the wealth that we have here. It just really changed my heart about that, and in seeing what they don't have, or what I consider that they don't have, yet the joy that they do have. And
Right.
so many of them, I think, wouldn't trade what we have for what they have, just because they have true faith and true joy that sometimes our stuff gets in the way of. So that was probably the biggest takeaway for me personally.
Okay.
Well, for me, I guess I realized when a lot of the people came through the clinic, it was obvious that they wore the absolute best clothes they had. So
Yeah.
some of them even actually kind of remind you of like a prom dress almost. It was like the best thing they could have. But so that was touching to me
Yeah.
because they didn't have hardly any clothes.
Yeah.
And then through, you know, when we came home, and then through this spring here, going through the COVID, and it just showed me how really spoiled I am, and how I just need to be more grateful for what I have. And so that is my main takeaway. My two daughters went along, and I can tell you that my Gracie, she wants to go on in nursing and go into missions. And Mary Beth wants to do occupational therapy, and she wants to do missions. And my husband, he is just so, you know, all the people that he saw, and there was a lot of work-worn, like they work really hard. And you could see it on their body, their hands, their feet, and I'm sure you saw a lot of that. But my husband being a farmer, you know, he's used to working hard, and he sees these people are working really hard there.
Yeah.
And they weren't complaining either. Like
Yeah.
they were so grateful for what they have. So I think that was his main takeaway, is how much we have here in this country.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think if you've been on one of these types of trips, you are familiar with the phrase that says, no rest for the wicked, and the righteous don't need it.
Yeah,
right?
that's right. Yeah, pretty much.
So we have an update as far as donations are concerned. Again, this hour we are stocking the clinic. Everything that you give during this hour is going to go towards purchasing medicine to stock the clinic in the boat. And we talked about this earlier, Dr. Josh, about how it's already stocked, but we want to buy more supplies in the hopes that we won't run out of certain things, which happened the last time the ministry went to Honduras. So we've got 2 more envelopes, I believe, over there.
Yep.
Right?
Okay.
And what do we have?
Alrighty. So we have a check for $500. And then we also have, let me open this up here. Oh, it's opened. Okay, and this is a check for $100.
Okay.
So,
All right. And so with that, that actually puts us at $5,530 at this point, which is significant
Yeah.
because we have a matching donation. Someone pledged a matching donation, so $5,530 becomes
11.
yes.
over 11,000, right?
Yeah.
11,060. Somebody's shaking their. 5,530.
10,530.
Yes.
We only get an additional 5,000.
Yes, that's correct. See, folks,
They double it up to.
I'm not very good at math, so we're going to have to run the spreadsheet a little bit more efficiently here. So, all right. So there's numbers at the bottom of your screen to donate. You can also go to GPAMM.com. Click on the yellow donate button. It'll take you no more than 5 minutes to donate. Please help us out. Anything you can give will go right toward stocking the clinic for the ship. Right now, we're going to hear some more music from the Sampsons, and this is a song called Field of Grace. There's been a couple of groups out of our church that have been singing this song for a little while, and I love this song. Most of you maybe know it, but let's go ahead and listen to the Sampsons sing this song, Field of Grace.
Clouds are disappearing, skies are turning blue. Only just a while ago I told him I was through. He did not rebuke me, but with arms of strong embrace, picked me up and carried me into a holy field of grace, where all is bright, leaning on his grace. He pulled me from a stormy sea to a place where I could rest. He told me I was loved. He told me I was saved. And I could stay till healing came in his holy field of grace. Had to pass through deserts, had to face strong winds, but I don't mind them all that much, because I know he'll come again. Lead me to still waters, there he'll let me stay, till my soul has been restored in his healing field of grace, where all is bright, leaning on his breast. He pulled me from a stormy sea to a place
You're up. Yeah, the preacher's
Are we
right.
on? We are on. All right. I'm back. I'm back. I got my little cup of water here, and I've been back there in the back. And where are we in the monies?
$5,530.
So because of that, we get our matching donation because we made it within 2 hours.
Right.
So we wind up with
$10,530.
$10,530. Thank you very much. Our goal for today is $15,000, but you know what I believe with all my heart? I believe we're going to go well beyond that. What do you think?
Great. I think so. I was praying about it. Yeah.
All right. So I think we're going to do well beyond $15,000, and I certainly think so. I also have a check that needs to go in somewhere. Where is it? It's right here. This needs to go in I'll let you open it. That's a check. Don't mention who that's from, just mention the amount. Okay. But that was given specifically to help us with the what are we doing right now?
We're doing Stock the Clinic.
Yeah, right. It was specifically given to stock the
Yeah.
clinic. So I was watching this back there from my office, and you know what? We don't just want to maybe have some more medicines. We don't have enough medicines.
Right.
We don't have near enough on board the ship. We have 50% of what we took down the first time, and we ran out
Right.
3 days in.
Yep.
So if we had what we've got right now, we would probably run out 2 days in the
Right,
next
yeah.
time, because the crowds always get bigger and bigger as you go along. So if you want to give, you've got one more chance to give. We're about to run the video about the boat. That's what we're going to run, fellas. We're going to run the video about the boat. We're going to show you all about it. You'll get to take a little tour of Mercy's vessel. You'll get to see Shirley in action last November when we were in Puerto Cortez, and you'll get a few comments about what we hope to do in the coming November. And if you've got until that video is done to get some money in to help us stock the clinic. So now is the time to pick up the phone, because we need at least $7,000 worth of medicines when we go down this next time that we don't have on the boat. We need to buy at least $7,000 more medicine. That's why we're trying to raise at least 15 today.
Okay.
So help us out and let's stock the clinic. This is your last chance. Are we ready for the video? All right, let's go watch the video. We are outrageously excited about the Mercy Project because our ship, Mercy's vessel, is finished. And let me just tell you, this is a project that is near to our hearts. And we had a dream that one day we would have a clinic on board a ship, and that ship could just go right into port, and people could come right to the ship and be seen by doctors and nurses who would love them and care for them and provide the medical attention that they need, while the rest of us took the opportunity to tell them about the love of the Lord Jesus Christ and give them the gospel plainly and concisely so that we might see them saved. And you know what? That dream was a vision. It became a desire, a yearning, a longing to see it come to pass. And then it became a goal where we began to buy the ship and work on the ship and get people to come out and work on it day and night for months at a time. And it was just a move of God upon so many to make this happen.
The cross before me, the world behind me, the cross before me, no turning back, no turning back. I will follow you, Jesus, and I will follow you, Jesus, and I will follow you.
So you know what? Several $100,000 and thousands upon thousands of man hours have been invested into Mercy's vessel so that she's ready to go now. But she still needs your help. Every time she leaves, there's fuel that has to be taken on board so she can stay afloat and go where she needs to go. Food has to be provided for the crew. Port fees have to be paid for so that she can reach the areas that she needs to go. And every time she goes somewhere, lives are going to be touched and changed, and missionaries are going to be encouraged, and the gospel is going to be preached. Make a donation today. It'll make a difference in your life, and it'll make a difference in lives that you may never know, you may never see them, but in eternity you will find that people from all over the world have been touched because of the donation that you made to the Mercy Project to make Mercy's vessel possible. We are on. We're back. I'm glad to be back. Pull my chair up a little bit. And this is it. This is the last little bit for Stock the Clinic. Yep. And you know what? We've got several things to talk about here with Stocking the Clinic. I got to pull this up so I can see it. Okay, for Stock the Clinic, we have Leanna Bissett, who sent us $100.
Yes.
Thank you, Leanna.
Yep.
Also, Stocking the Clinic, we have one more here, I believe, that came in through PayPal, and that was, let's see, Christine Middleman, who gave $100 for Stocking the Clinic. But then we had a check that came in from Level Heating and Air, and I'm going to let him open that and tell us how we're closing out Stocking the Clinic. I think we're going to have enough medicines. You know why? Because
$5,000.
$5,000. Thank you very much. So that's going to stock the clinic, and we're closing this hour out in a big way, and we certainly appreciate that. I kind of, in a way, hate to go into the next hour a little bit because some might think it's less important, but it isn't. It's extremely important. But stocking the clinic, of course, is vitally important. So we're so glad to get that done. Now, let me check on something.
By the way, while you're doing that, we also have this check for $500.
Oh, okay.
That we did not talk about yet. So that gets added into our total.
Right. So we definitely got the clinic stocked. How much does that give us all total today?
So $11,230 plus the $5,000 matching donation will give us $16,230.
$16,230. So I think I think we can raise $20,000 today, don't
Oh,
you?
yeah, yeah.
I think so. We're going to try to raise $20,000 because we already made our 15 in the first, and we were just trying to get 10 in the first 2 hours. We were trying to get 5 so we could get our matching donation, but by the first 2 hours we were able to have 15. So thank you, everybody. And many of you, I want to say this, many of you mailed your gifts in. And you had them designated for specific things. And then some just brought them in today and brought their envelope in. And we appreciate that too. So many of you mailed them in. Many of you brought them in, and we appreciate that. But for those of you who haven't helped us yet, now you can call it in, and we've had several of them just give online. Mm-hmm. They just went right online and gave, right. And so we appreciate all the ways that people are giving, and we thank you very, very much. But hey, you far exceeded my expectations. I was hoping to have 15,000 for the whole day, and here we are at 10 after 6, and we already got 16,000. So we're very excited. So we want to encourage you. Pick up that phone and call in. That's right. Yep. And let's raise $20,000 today. Yeah. I think we can do that. Yep. So Shirley was with us in November, and she's going to be with us again this coming November. Yep. And we're really looking forward to it, aren't we?
Yes, it was wonderful. It was great.
So we were talking about something during the break, and I want to bring this on. So we've got some really good friends that live down there. You and I both. Yes. Your family and my family. Yes. My wife talks to the mother and the wife in this family at least once or twice a week. Right. I'm not going to tell you how they do it because my wife's Spanish is, well, let me just say, Español es no bueno. Yeah. So, but they do communicate and they get along with it, and I really appreciate that. And you know exactly who I'm talking about. Yes. So who are we talking about?
We're talking about the Delgados.
Yes.
And they live in Costa Rica.
And so let me share a little bit about the Delgados. They are great friends of ours. They're wonderful missionaries. Yes. Our church has been supporting them for many years. Yes. And many of our families have gone down to visit with them from time to time. But they don't live in Honduras. They live in Costa Rica. Yeah. Setapiqui, is that right? Uh-huh. They're in Setapiqui. Yeah. I've actually been in their home a couple of times, and they are just a wonderful family. And so this is what we are cooking up. Yes. Tell them what we're cooking up.
Well, we would like to invite them to come to Honduras to participate in the medical mission trip.
So if you're watching Delgado family, we want you to come and stay with us. For about 10 or 12 days in Honduras and Puerto Cortez. And Flory, we're going to put you to work in the clinic. That's right,
yes, definitely.
Absolutely. And you'll be a great help to us. And Alan, you and the kids, we'll make sure you get busy in Bible school. Yes. We really, really want you to come. And so we're offering our invitation.
That's right. Please come.
Live streaming right this moment. So Alan, you can expect a call from me within the next few days, and we want to get you down to Puerto Cortez working alongside of us. I saw Dr. Rooney just come in a minute ago. Good to see you, Dave. We're having a great time. Did you hear? We've already raised $16,000. And we're excited about that. And Amy is sitting there. She went with us last November, and Lord willing, and her workplace gives her opportunity. She's going to be going with us again this November if I can get her really rough-looking husband to let her go. Hey, we can take Willie down there and he can help protect us all.
That's right.
No problem with that. But no, Willie's a great guy, wonderful family. Definitely. We sure love him in the church here at Nottingham. And we appreciate, and Amy's made quite a few trips. You're going to be hearing from her this hour. She's going to be up here being interviewed here in just a few minutes. Right now, we want to go to another song. And who's singing this hour? Do we know? We got somebody supposed to be singing this hour. The Nottingham Four. All right. We're going to hear from them. What do we got for them to sing? As you can tell, not only did we scale down this year, but we also got less formal. So we're actually talking with the tech guys as we go along. But that makes it nice. A very family atmosphere. So, what now? Hey, that's a great one. We sang this an awful lot when we were trying to finish the adoption for my son and daughter of Junior, who's now been here for nearly 3 years. So no longer an orphan. Let's hear from the Nottingham Four.
Jesus told his disciples of things to come. He would be persecuted, beaten and mocked. The Son of Man would die on a cross, but he wouldn't stay dead, and he won't stay gone. He didn't stay dead, and he won't stay gone, won't stay gone. Jesus is coming, Jesus is coming to take us home, to take us home. By his blood he had bought me, his blood has bought me, and his word he had taught me, his word has taught me, and he didn't stay dead, he didn't stay dead, and he won't stay gone, won't stay gone. In the Bible we're told he surely shall come like a thief in the night with the trump of God, the King of all kings who paid the cost, but he wouldn't stay dead, and he won't stay gone. He didn't stay dead, and he won't stay gone, won't stay gone. Jesus is coming, Jesus is coming to take us home, to take us home. By his word he had taught me, his word has taught me, his word he had taught me, his word has taught me, but he wouldn't stay dead, he didn't stay dead, and he won't stay gone, won't stay gone. He didn't stay dead, he didn't stay dead, and he won't stay gone, won't stay gone.
Well, good. I get to talk to you more.
All right, so we are this hour, we're
Feeding the crew.
feeding the crew. Let's feed the crew. Now, this is a very important hour, actually. Some people, after stock the clinic, what's more important than buying medicine, right? right?
Yeah.
And y'all had a long discussion about that, about just how important it was. And hey, we really appreciate it. We've got about $7,000 dedicated that hour specifically toward feeding the crew. And so we really, I'm not feeding the crew, toward stocking the clinic. So we really appreciate that. That really helps us out. That'll pretty much buy the medicines that we need for the November trip. Awesome. Feels funny having a chair between us.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Yeah, we got Dave Rooney was supposed to be in this chair, but he's too busy, talking with the nurses and.
or is he just trying to get us socially distanced?
Yeah, he's just trying to make sure we're socially distancing. That's what that is.
That's what it is.
But we'll have him up here in a minute. But feed the crew is important, is it not?
Absolutely, gotta eat.
You gotta eat. Yeah, you don't want to starve to death. And let me tell you. Exactly how important it is to feed the crew. You might think, oh, well, you got to have the group down there for 8 or 10 days, and you're going to give them lunch, and they can eat a bowl of cereal for breakfast. But actually what happens is the ship has to leave Gulfport, Mississippi on October the 28th so that we can make sure that the boat will be in port and ready to receive the medical team by November the 5th. Right. And then after the medical team flies out on the 14th of November, then it's going to take the crew 5 to 6 days to get the boat packed back up and then moved back to Gulfport, Mississippi. We have a crew of 7, and that means that they're going to eat quite a lot over that nearly a month. So it's about 4 or 5 days under a month, and so we're going to need your help. It's going to be 3 weeks plus almost 4 weeks. So feeding the crew is very important, and we need your help to do that. When the tuition is paid by the ones who go down with us and help, they are covering some of what it costs for them to go, but they're not covering the crew. They're not covering the doctors and nurses, and so but we do have a very, very good start to feeding the crew this hour. This was just brought to me. Can you read that out and let us know what we got there?
We have a $500 donation from the Bossards.
All right, thank you very much. So that's $500 toward feeding the crew. That will buy a lot of. That'll buy a lot of Cheerios. It'll buy a lot of whatever pasta, whatever they buy. Then I had that tilapia. That stuff was delicious. It'll buy a lot of tilapia too. So a lot of good stuff happening there. Now, one of the things we said we were going to do is we're going to have some interviews that we've already had live, but we also have one that Dr. Joe Arthur, who is our new chairman of the board here at at GPAMM, and he lives in Georgia, and he just couldn't make the trip up. So we've got an interview with Dr. Joe Arthur, and we're going to hear at least 2 segments of that, guys. 2 segments of the interview. And so they're going to take that and go with it right now. 2 segments of the interview with Dr. Joe Arthur. Thank you very much.
This is Dr. Joe Arthur, my pastor at Harvest Baptist Tabernacle, and we're going to talk to him a little bit about the Mercy's Vessel and the project, the Mercy's Project. And so, Dr. Arthur, tell us why this particular ministry is important to you.
Well, when Brother Moore came to my office there in Jonesboro, Harvest, he shared with me the vision. And I don't know, immediately I just had an overwhelming burden to be committed to help Dr. Moore with this project. I think it is a wonderful thing not only to preach the gospel, but show the gospel. And what greater way can we preach to people that God loves them, He cares about their spiritual needs, than to show them that we love them and God cares for their physical needs. And it's just a wonderful way to communicate the truth of Jesus Christ, who is the real great physician.
With Dr. Arthur, they're talking about the Mercy's Vessel and the Mercy Project with the GPA Mobilization Ministries. And how do you view your role as the on the board as the chairman with the ministry itself, with GPA Mobilization Ministries?
I view that like I do every other ministry that I'm involved in. I'm just a little part of something big. And whatever I can do to advance the cause, be a team player, and encourage people to get behind this project, I want to do it for the glory of the Lord and fill my little spot that God has given me.
How are you all? Good to see you. Okay. Well, we're here talking this hour about feeding the crew. Right?
At the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
As a doctor, it's important to feed the crew, correct?
It is a doctor and as a person.
Yes. So,
yes.
If everything you give during this hour, obviously, is going to feed the crew, there's a couple of different ways that you can give. Some have already given by mail. Some have already given by phone. And if you want to give by phone, there are 2 phone numbers at the bottom of your screen. You can call one of those numbers, and one of the ladies manning those phones will take the phone call and help you make that donation. And the third, and probably the easiest way to donate, is to go to GPAMM, as in Mary, GPAMM.com. And if you go there, there's going to be a yellow bar in the upper right-hand side of the page. It just says donate. You can put in your debit card, credit card information, PayPal information. Real simple, take you about 5 minutes or less to make that donation. And we certainly appreciate anything you have to give. And make that donation no matter what amount it is. And we'll appreciate it. And the ministry appreciates it, and I know the Lord will be pleased. So we've been talking about, I guess, experiences on some of these missions trips. For you, what is, if you could sort of, I guess, shape the reason why you do these trips?
Okay, well, first let me introduce myself in case, for those of you who don't know me. My name is Dave Rooney. I'm a medical doctor. About 12 or 13 years ago, Pastor Gary asked me to go on a mission trip with him, and we went originally to Honduras, and since then I've gone on maybe 10 or 12 times to Honduras and Panama, a number of times, and I guess I'm de facto medical director of the GPA and also on the board of the Mercy Project. So my medical life and my spiritual life touch quite closely with this mission in many ways. Again, I've gone maybe more than 10 times with Pastor Gary and others to do mission work. The overarching principle for me is that, and this came to me, I think, one of the first few times we went to, I think we were in Panama. The people that were born in Panama didn't deserve the fate they got. It's just fate or whatever that they were born in that jungle. Yeah. And that could have been me, and that could have been you who were watching. And we didn't deserve to be born here either. We didn't do anything to merit being born in this country and have the opportunities that we have. It just bowled me over that, as they say, it says in Scripture in Matthew 10, Jesus is talking to his disciples and says, "You are worth more than many sparrows." And the people we were treating and helping were worth just as many sparrows to the Lord as we were. So we never really deserved, we never at all deserved the blessing we got, and they deserved more blessing than they got. It is just a privilege to serve the Lord in this way and share the blessing with people who are less fortunate. Thankfully, I have a skill that it translates well into this community. I'm a family doctor, so we could take care of all people that come up to us with all kinds of problems and all that stuff. And it is the highlight of my year to go and give it away to people less fortunate.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier with Dr. Josh and Shirley, who both went to missions trips, the last missions trip to Honduras, that you're seeing people who, it's not just they're getting medical care and then you're going down there on top of the medical care that they're already getting. You're seeing a lot of people that otherwise would not see a doctor. Correct?
Exactly, that's exactly right. Again, that's just part of their society and their culture and where they were born, that many of the people we see have no medical care at all.
Yeah.
We start every encounter with every patient in Spanish with, "We serve you today in the name of Jesus Christ." So they know under whose banner we're flying, and we are ministering to them both medically with their physical needs and also with their spiritual needs. Pray with a lot of patients, and salvations come. There's pastors involved from down in that region, and many people have come to the Lord because we've gone there. So I know that someday I'll see those people again in heaven.
Yeah.
It's a privilege to be able to meet their physical and spiritual needs.
Yeah, I think it's unbelievable to have gone on a trip and to hear about the results of multiple trips with this ministry that have taken place, where it's not unusual for hundreds of people to come to know the Lord as a result of what has been done, right?
That's exactly right. Yeah.
And I think it's interesting that the clinic work that you and other doctors and nurses are doing is sort of, I kind of put it this way earlier, it's unlocking the door for people's hearts to see Christ a lot clearer and see his love for them. It's really interesting too, I think, that it's not just medical missions work and then there's a church service at night. It's all gospel all the time, right?
Yeah, it is.
There's a huge spiritual emphasis on everything.
Absolutely. Right? The most recent trip, we went to Honduras. We served in a church and did our clinic work in a church, and hundreds of people came. In fact, close to 1,500 people in a week. It was wild. But as the people were waiting to see us, they were delivered the gospel and the gospel message by one of the local pastors. So not only were we able to impart the gospel message to people, but they heard it multiple times, and the whole thing was just one honestly big love fest, the love of Christ through all of us.
Yeah. People that otherwise would not get medical attention, people that otherwise maybe would never hear the gospel.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yeah.
All right. I believe at this time we are going to have, are we going to interviews? More interviews? Okay.
3 seconds.
We're gonna have more interviews with Dr. Joe here, who is on the board of directors. And let's go ahead and go to those interviews now.
We're talking with Dr. Joe Arthur, pastor of Harvest Baptist Tabernacle in Jonesboro, Georgia, concerning the Mercy's Vessel, the project, the amount of time that he has been invested in this project, and how long have you known Dr. Moore, and what's your association and connection with Dr. Moore and the GPA Mobilization Ministries?
Well, I met Brother Moore in January of 1997 when I was preaching the Jubilee there at the Gateway Baptist, Bowling Springs, South Carolina, for Dr. Ray Stewart. And he invited me to come up to Nottingham that summer, and that's where I preached my first revival there at Nottingham. And since 1997, I've preached at least every year or every other year there at that great church. And Gary and I have formed a great friendship. As we began to talk, I realized that I knew Gary's dad very well, Dr. Talbot Moore. I knew his grandfather. I preached for his uncles. And we have so many men that we both love. It's connected us together. And I was one of the very first preachers that Gary shared the initial vision that God gave him with the Mercy Project. And I have never known Gary Moore to be nothing but honest, true-hearted, a genuine love for God, and a genuine hunger and thirst to reach the world with the gospel of Jesus Christ. I count it an honor to be his friend and not only his partner in the ministry for the glory of the Lord.
We're here today talking with Dr. Joe Arthur. He's the pastor of Harvest Baptist Tabernacle in Jonesboro, Georgia, and is now the chairman of the board of directors with GPA Mobilization Ministries, the Mercy Project, and has been following and been involved in this project all along. And what, Pastor, caused you to invest as much as you have into the project from the beginning?
Well, I promised Brother Gary, in that initial meeting, my study, I'd give him the first $1,000 toward purchasing the boat, and we contributed along. But one of the Jubilees at Nottingham, Julie, my wife, was with me, and several of us rode over one day and actually got on board the ship and looked at what God was doing. And halfway through that tour, I looked at Miss Arthur. She had tears in her eyes. I had tears in my eyes. And I said, we both said together, we need to give a significant investment from our church. And as soon as I brought it before our people, they were more than willing to do so. And I want to say this, our church has not regretted or missed $1 we've ever given to this project. The Lord has gave us that back times 10. And the Lord is great, and our church wanted to invest in something that I believe we already have and will receive great dividends from.
We've been talking with Dr. Joe Arthur, pastor of Harvest Baptist Tabernacle in Jonesboro, Georgia, who is the newest member of the board of directors with the GPA Mobilization Ministries. He's our new chairman, and we've been asking him a variety of different questions. And before we finish up, one question I'd like to know is what is your personal vision for the ministry moving forward?
Well, we all know that it takes prayer, it takes workers, it takes commitment. But we're very aware that it takes money, it takes funds, and a lot of it, to do what we've got to do, to get the fuel, to purchase the supplies, to maintain the ship. And my vision is I would love to see many, many more pastors across America get on board with this project. And let's move forward and get the mission trips done, get the medical missions accomplished, and preaching the gospel at the same time. I guess my vision would be to get as many pastors and church people and Christian businessmen as we can. I read where these businessmen and Christian leaders give thousands, millions of dollars to different organizations, and I'm sure they do a good work. But what greater cause could you give to than to tend to people's physical needs and at the same time preach to them the answer to their spiritual needs? So I want us all to pray that God will give us some new supporters and partners for this ministry, that we may move forward for the glory of God.
All right. We are back with Amy Nickel, and Amy went to the trip to Honduras back in November of last year, right?
Yes.
Amy, just tell everybody what you did while you were in Honduras.
In Honduras, I went as the photographer for the trip, and I also helped with Bible school. I helped with handing out the glasses, the reading glasses to people, and just in general, just helped with pretty much everything.
Okay, cool.
So what would you say, Amy, is the reason that you wanted to go?
I had went before to Panama twice with them, and I fell in love with the people there, and with the people that we serve with, and it's just always an amazing opportunity. The pastor always gives us a challenge at the beginning of the week to give 100% of ourselves to God for that week, and it's just an amazing feeling to be able to serve Him and give Him 100% of yourself while you're there without the distractions of the everyday world. And it's just really nice to get away and to serve and just to show the love of Jesus to others.
I would agree with that. Was there a particular incident you remember during the trip that you can share with us? Just something that was special to you?
Yeah, there's many things that stand out about the trip, but there are two. One was the little 4-month-old baby girl that needed the medicine that we went to the pharmacy and purchased for them because the mother couldn't afford it. There was another time because I was walking around taking pictures and I saw this one gentleman and he was just reading the gospel tract that Virginia had given him, and he was reading it very intently, and I could tell he was really interested in it. So I went and got Luis Dole, and he went over and talked to him, and he did lead him to the Lord and salvation. So
fantastic, fantastic. Just to be able to see that stuff with your own eyes and experience it and taste it and be there and stuff is just an enormous blessing, isn't it? Yeah.
I think for a lot of people, when they go on these missions trips, there's a desire to go on another missions trip. So I guess for you, do you think you'd go on another missions trip?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I am planning on going this November as long as everything works out.
Okay. Tell us about the Honduran workers that you worked alongside of.
There were a lot of youth from the church that helped us, and they were just so welcoming and friendly, and they made friends with Gracie and Maribeth so quickly, and I just always said they could fit right into our youth group. And just everybody was welcoming, everybody was kind, and Lydia, the pastor's daughter, she was one of the dentists, and she was just smiling all the time, and she was funny, and I said she was the only dentist that I've ever seen that carried around dum-dum lollipops with her all the time. She always had a lollipop in her mouth. And, you know, they were us, except Spanish speaking, you know. The church was great there.
If you could give us probably the greatest moment that you had on the trip, or most memorable event, what would it be?
I guess that was what I was talking about with the gentleman that I saw reading the tract, and just knowing that I had a part in his salvation, and just being able to see the people. I would walk around with my camera, and certain people would catch my eye, so I would take several pictures of them, and then later on I'd come to find their story. And it was just great the way it worked out that way.
Yeah. I know for a lot of people, not only, you know, for people that go on trips like this, number one, like we mentioned before, they want to go on another trip. But they talk about how trips like this impact them for a long time. They look at things differently. You know, they look at their walk with Christ differently. So I guess for you, how did that trip specifically, or any other missions trip that you had, but specifically with the GPA, how has it impacted you after you come back? Like, how do you handle your walk with Christ differently, or how do you view it differently?
I think it just makes you appreciate everything you have here in the States. We are so blessed, and just to see the conditions that they live in and how happy they are and content they are with what they have, and it just makes you appreciate more what we have here. And we really know how much we do have. Just, living in the States, and the material things and the spiritual with the churches and stuff, we're just so blessed.
Yeah, definitely. To whom much is given, much is required, right? Like the Bible says.
Yeah.
And with that, I guess you'd probably say, just to reinforce here this hour, everything that you give, we are going to use to feed the crew. As it turns out, people get hungry and they have to eat every once in a while, right? Especially when you're on missions trips like this. You work hard all day, and sometimes you need a square meal, right?
No doubt, no doubt.
It is not a, I think both of you probably would admit this, it is not a vacation, right?
Oh my gosh, no.
It is not a vacation. And for that reason, you need to eat. And so everything that you give in this hour will go to feed the crew. And there's a couple different ways you can donate. Just to reiterate here, there's phone numbers at the bottom of your screen. You can call one of those numbers, and we'll be happy to help you make that donation. And then the other easy way, if you don't want to talk to anybody, you can also give at GPAMM.com. Upper right corner of that website, there is a yellow donate button. You can click on that button and donate. It's fast, really, really easy. But anything you have to give will help out this ministry and do a lot of good, where God has showed up on these missions trips, and it'll go toward a ministry that needs it, and a ministry that will make good use of it. I think we can go right now to a song by the Nottingham Four, if the guys in the back.
From the choir.
Oh, the choir, yes. I'm kind of partial to our choir, But right now, I guess we'll go hear a song by our choir here at Nottingham Baptist Church.
On the cross hung my pain, all the guilt and the shame. Jesus bore my suffering to the grave to make me free. Oh, the blood that was shed, it now flows to cover sin. It washes clean, it purifies.
So we're back with Amy Nickel and Derek. We're just chatting between segments here, and I wanted to share an experience that I think will speak to everyone who's listening. Not this particular trip, but 2 trips ago, at one point we were called to see a child, actually, 18-year-old guy who had muscular dystrophy. We were called away from the clinic to go see him at his home, which was just a terrible residence, a hut, really. And he had some sores on his feet, and there were probably 5 or 6 of us that went, including a nurse from Miami who was a very fluent Spanish speaker. And we did what we needed to do medically, and at one point, she asked him if he wanted to accept Jesus. And he couldn't walk, he couldn't leave his room, and said, gee, how could the Lord use me? I can't even walk. And she was familiar, and he was familiar with apparently there's a preacher in South America who has no arms and no legs, but is a very powerful voice for God. And she asked him if he knew about this preacher, and he did, and said, well, look, she said to him in Spanish, well, Lord can use him, I think he can use you too. And at that moment he said, I think I'd like to accept Christ into my heart. And she turned to me and said, would you pray salvation into this child? And I'll interpret in Spanish. And I may cry when I tell you this, but I was holding hands with my daughter and his mom, who was crying, and we prayed salvation to this kid. And I was bowled over at that moment by the thought that the creator of the universe would pick us, would pick me to be at that child's bedside and be his emissary to usher salvation into somebody. Even me, with my cracks and my flaws and my warts, he can use me. He used all of us. He can use all of us when we go. He can use all of you at home. Even if you can't go on one of these mission trips with us, if you give and you donate, he can work right through you financially, so we can bring salvation to people like this kid in his house. Yeah. So I want to encourage all of you to consider that this money that you're considering giving is given right to God's mission and right to the Lord, and he can use it in a mighty way for his glory.
So far today, thank you. So far today, let me just update our numbers here really quickly. We have a $125 donation from Denny Maloney, Pastor Denny Maloney, and thank you, Brother Denny, for that. With that, that gives us, without a matching donation, $12,855, but with a $5,000 matching donation, that brings us to $17,855 so far today. Thank you for all that have. Thank you to all that have given toward this ministry. I'm sure that that we're going to get more donations moving forward, but thank you for all of you who have donated. I think one of the things that I talked about with Shirley and with Josh was not only is there clinic and there's services, but then there's also time for all of the people involved to get together either early in the morning or late at night and be able to worship together.
Yeah.
Talk about that, Amy.
We have devotions together, and Pastor always does such a wonderful job of getting a theme of devotions together. Last year we went through Jude, and it's a good time of fellowship to serve and then to worship together and to learn together, and we just become there. We form a bond that lasts, so it's just really nice to be able to get together like that as well. And have that downtime after serving together.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Dr. Rudy, you know what I'm talking about.
I certainly do. In fact, Pastor Gary will remember this. The first year that we went to Honduras, we were not intentional about this connection time to each other, and I'm remembering 1 Corinthians 13. Without love, I'm a clanging cymbal, and we all felt like clanging cymbals. And now, since we learned our lesson, so to speak, we've been more intentional about connecting to God and connecting to others in the trip. And like what Amy said, it's just a wonderful time of fellowship and sharing scripture and connecting to each other. And that fuels us for the next day's mission work.
Yeah, and praying together too.
Oh, yeah. And for each other and our concerns. And yeah, it's just incredibly special.
Yeah. I have to say, I think one of the reasons why the Lord has used this ministry so much is because it's prayed for before missions trips take place, the crew that goes, and doctors and nurses and individuals who are helping out with Vacation Bible School, they pray. It's a heavily prayed over event, right? Yeah. And it's amazing to see the way that the Lord moves in all of these trips. All right. So again, just want to emphasize again that we need your help. We need to feed the crew this hour. This hour is almost done, but we need your help in feeding the crew, and you need funds to be able to do that. So pick up the phone, call that number that's on the bottom of your screen. Go to GPAMM.com and click on that donate button in the upper right-hand corner. Whatever you have to give, we're thankful for, and I know the Lord would appreciate. Right now, we are going to another song by the Nottingham Four called Peace That Covers All the Pain.
When you've cried countless tears and nights are long.
All right, good to see you. I'm back.
You're back.
I'm back. So part of the reason I wasn't here all day today is because of...
I don't know why. I honestly don't know why.
Because my doctor and my nurse...
Dr. Rooney?
Not necessarily Dr. Rooney, but my heart doctor and my nurse kind of felt 4.5 hours was a little bit too much for me to be so excited all the time.
That's all right. We got all the math fixed.
Yeah,
so.
we got all that. Okay, so, but I hung around anyway. I've been here all afternoon, and I've been back in the back with in the office where the phones need to be ringing some more. We've had a great day, a fabulous day. We've already raised more than $2,000 over our original goal, and we're getting very close to having our $20,000 that we set a little bit later as our secondary goal.
Right.
That's always a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so here's where we are. We're going to show this video of the ship again. And because it's such a good video, and because we're always introducing a new hour with this video, so we're going to do that. And this hour is the 2020 campaign, and we're asking people to give $20 a month for 12 months. $20 a month for 12 months. Sign up to be a part of the 2020 campaign. And so let's kick this off good, okay? Help us make this, call right now, kick this off. We need 20 people.
Right.
20 people to give $20 a month. That'll give us 45 people giving us $20 a month. That's where we'll be if we can get 20 new people this hour, because we already had 25. That'll give us 45 people giving us $20 a month. We'll be halfway to our goal for the year nearly. So help us out and make that phone ring, call in and pledge that $20 a month.
Less than $1 a day.
Yes, less than $1 a day. Less than $1 a day, $20 a month. And hey, help us out. So we're going to do that. But right now, we're going to show the video of the ship again. Are we ready, guys, back there? We're almost ready. We're getting there.
We're ready.
And I'm doing 2 or 3 things myself. All right, here. Outrageously excited about the Mercy Project because our ship, Mercy's Vessel, is finished. And let me just tell you, this is a project that is near to our hearts. And we had a dream that one day we would have a clinic on board a ship, and that ship could just go right into port, and people could come right to the ship and be seen by doctors and nurses who would love them and care for them and provide the medical attention that they need, while the rest of us took the opportunity to tell them about the love of the Lord Jesus Christ and give them the gospel plainly and concisely so that we might see them saved. And you know what? That dream was a vision. It became a desire, a yearning, a longing to see it come to pass. And then it became a goal where we began to buy the ship and work on the ship and get people to come out and work on it day and night for months at a time. And it was just a move of God upon so many to make this happen.
The cross before me, the world behind me, the cross before me, no turning back, no turning back. I will follow you, Jesus, and I will follow you, Jesus, I will follow you, Jesus, I will follow you. Though none go with me, still I will follow. Though none go with me, still I will follow. Though none go with me, still I will follow. No turning back, no turning back. Though I may wander, I still will follow. Though I
So you know what? Several $100,000 and thousands upon thousands of man hours have been invested into Mercy's vessel so that she's ready to go now. But she still needs your help. You know, every time she leaves, there's fuel that has to be taken on board so she can stay afloat and go where she needs to go. Food has to be provided for the crew. Port fees have to be paid for so that she can reach the areas that she needs to go. And every time she goes somewhere, lives are going to be touched and changed, and missionaries are going to be encouraged, and the gospel is going to be preached. Make a donation today. It'll make a difference in your life, and it'll make a difference in lives that you may never know, you may never see them, but in eternity you will find that people from all over the world have been touched because of the donation that you made to the Mercy Project to make Mercy's vessel possible. All right, so great to have you back. Listen, it's time to make these phones ring, okay? Let's get on the phone and make it ring. I got to show you something, okay? We're working on the 2020 campaign, all right? We're trying to get 20 people to commit $20 a month for 12 months. But let me tell you something, we already got 6. The Rooneys are going to do 2. That's actually $40 a month. Brad Davis and his wife are giving us $20 a month. Let's see, who else have we got? Lisa Blevins and her family giving us $240 for the year, which is $20 a month. Vicki Hauk, and is that everybody, or are we missing somebody? But anyway, so 6 of them have already come in, so that means we only need 14 more, and you can help make it happen. And we really need you to chime in here. This is really important for the 2020 campaign. Why is it important?
Because the more donations we have.
Okay, every hour we're doing something. What we're doing with the 2020
right.
campaign is extremely important, because it will take, if we can get 100 people this year giving us $20 a month, what it's going to do is it's going to pay the insurance and the docking fee for the ship for the whole year. Okay? If you give us $20 a month, 100 people, that will pay the docking fee and the insurance on the ship for the whole year long. That's what we need, okay?
Right.
Insurance, docking fee, very important. We can't take the boat anywhere without insurance, and it has to be paid on a monthly basis. The slip fee has to be paid on a monthly basis. So that's what you're doing. You're keeping the boat ready to go in the 2020 campaign. Now, I got something very exciting to say.
What's that?
You probably know. What do you think it is?
So there is going to be a lemonade stand.
That's correct, a lemonade stand.
Saturday, June 20th. And the address that it's going to be is 633 Pusey Mill Road.
Pusey Mill Road.
Mill Road. Lincoln University, PA, from 9 to 2 p.m.
And let me tell you
9 a.m. to 2
something.
p.m.
Thor is a little boy, and he told his mother that he wanted to help the GPA. He wanted to raise money for the Mercy Project. And so what they're going to do is they're going to have a lemonade stand. It's very, very close to the Jennersville Hospital. You know where the Jennersville Hospital is?
I've been there many times as a patient.
I've been there too. I've been there to see people in the hospital. I don't think I've ever been in the hospital at there. When I had my heart attack, they took me somewhere else. But I know right where it is. Been there many, many, many times. It's very close. It's on Pusey Mill Road, 633 Pusey Mill Road, Lincoln University, Saturday, June the 20th. That's the day after tomorrow from 9 to 2. I'm going to the lemonade stand. Dave Rooney told me he was going to the lemonade stand. You ought to go to the lemonade stand. Buy you a glass of lemonade and encourage Thor DeChico and tell him how much you appreciate him going out of his way and helping to raise money for the Mercy Project. Amen?
I'll be going too because it's only like 5 minutes down the road from me.
All right. Let's all go to the lemonade stand on Saturday, and it'll be a great encouragement. Just think how much encouragement little Thor DeChico's going to have when we all stop by. So we're going to mention that again, and I'm going to try to get the guys to put it up somewhere on our screen. I don't know if that's possible, but we're going to try to get that up there. If not, we will definitely post it on our Facebook page tomorrow morning or later this evening so you can find it. Let's all get out there and support the lemonade stand. I love that idea. Can you tell? All right, help us out. Make the phones ring. 2020 campaign. Call in right now. We are going to go to a fantastic song by the NMBC Choir. It's called The Chain Breaker. Most of the people around here know that it's one of my very, very favorite songs. The song they did a little while ago had my grandson singing. This song has my son singing. They do a great job. I'm a little bit, partial, but all fathers and grandfathers are. Let's go listen to the NMBC Choir sing Chain Breaker. Okay, so I know you're out there. I know they're out there. I'm watching right now, and the numbers have gone up in the last 20 minutes of the number of people watching. So I know you're out there. I know you're watching, and we're working on the 2020 campaign. Now listen to this, folks. So we have a total of 6 people who have dedicated their, who have already pledged or given the $20 a month for 12 months. That's pretty amazing.
Yep.
So that gives us a total right now of, are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
All right, so what's our goal for the day? Our new goal?
20,000.
And we have $19,295. $19,295. That means that we need less than $800 to round out the day and make our $20,000 day happen. So don't you want to help us do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody wants to help us do that. So I can see more and more numbers coming up. So come on and help us out. Come on and put your fingers to the dial and dial the phone and give us a call and help us out so that we can make, we sure would like to have 20 new people giving us $20 a month. That is really important to us, very important as we move ahead. And it's not just for today or for this month or for this trip or for this particular share-a-thon. That $20 a month is going to help us all through this next year to make sure that we can pay the docking fees and make sure that the insurance is taken care of for the ship. Once that's out of the way, then we can do so many other things that we don't have to think about this. So help us do that. And so I'm looking for, how many more? How many more?
How many more?
How many more do we need to have 20? 14. We have 6, so we need 20. That means we need 14 more, and we have 40 minutes to do that. So you need to pick up the phone and dial right away. We're going to have another choir song at this time. What are we going to hear? They don't know. We don't know. We're going to hear
While they're
something.
figuring that out, we were crunching some numbers, right?
Yes.
So if we have someone who hasn't donated yet,
that's right.
Right?
Right. It's right here.
$20 a month. This is how insanely minimal this is. $20 a month, 30 days in most months, right? So that's about 67 cents a day.
Don't you think you can give us 67 cents a day? I mean, after all, you spend $3 on a cup of coffee.
Right. Yeah, I do.
So 67 cents a day is $20 a month. You just have no idea how much that would help the Mercy Project. You have no idea how much it would encourage me and all the people working here. I know I got people that are very involved in our ministry in the office right now, and also our tech guys. They even get excited when we get money donated in. I see you back there, Paul. I see you. So, help us out. It makes a lot of difference. 67 cents a day. Let's do that. 67 cents a day, the 2020 campaign. Listen, it's going to be great. Also, I'm going to tell you something else.
What's that?
Our next time we get to have a fundraiser, it's going to be probably the golf tournament. But after that, the next one we have is probably going to be in Gulfport, Mississippi. Talking with a man today, helping us arrange that. So if you've never been to the boat and you don't live too far from Mississippi, you could get the opportunity to be a part of our next one and visit the ship as well in its home port. We just got so many exciting things going on, and we want you to be a part of it. What song do we have picked out now for the choir? Okay, so we're going to get a song ready to, Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. $19,295. We praise the Lord for it. Now help us out to get all the way there, and especially help us out right now with the 2020 campaign. You ready? Here we go.
When you're up against a struggle
Okay, we're back. And I was just about to post something on the website, on the Facebook about the singing, and I sure enjoyed it. Praise the Lord. What a great song.
Love that song.
Okay, so we're going to follow this with a song from the Irwins called Amazing God. And they've sung that here 3 or 4 times. Oh man, every time they sing it, it's just so powerful. So we're going to hear from the Irwins here in just a minute. And then after that, we're going to hear another choir song. And then after that, we are going to hear a song from the Rochesters. And boy, am I looking forward to that. So I just got to tell you, we're just doing awesome here. We now have 8 people committed to the $20 a month over the next 12 months, our 2020 campaign. They're listening to us. They're realizing that 67 cents a month is not too much to give. And so we only need 12 more. We also have a new total. What's the new total?
$19,775.
That's awesome. That is awesome. I love that. I appreciate it so much. Come on now, get on board with us. Help us out. 2020 campaign. I got to mention this again. Thor DeChico. Hey, young man, I'm so glad to hear about this. I'm looking so forward to meeting you face to face on Saturday from 9 to 2 at 633 Pusey Mill Road in Lincoln University, Pennsylvania. That is so close to the Jennersville Hospital. It's just literally around the corner. And I'm going to go between 9 and 2, 9 in the morning a.m. to 2 p.m. There'll be a lemonade stand at 633 Pusey Mill Road. I want everybody to go get lemonade from this young man. And all that he's raising that day is going to go toward helping us with the Mercy Project. We're going to include it with the total that we get in today. So next Monday, we'll post a brand new total for everything that come in the Share-a-thon. Put us over 20,000 this hour. You can do it. I know you can. Help us with the 2020 campaign. What do you think about the lemonade stand?
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah. Do you like lemonade?
Diet lemonade, yes.
Okay, I didn't ask you if it was good for you. I asked you if you liked it.
Well, I'll just take some more insulin that day.
I like lemonade. It tastes really, really good, and I'm looking forward to lemonade. As a matter of fact, I drink lemon water all day long.
Do you?
Yeah, I drink about 72 ounces of lemon water every day. It's not actually lemonade because I don't put any sugar in it. Yeah. Just a little bit of a bitter taste, you know.
Yeah.
But it's good, and I drink about, you know why I drink so much lemon water?
Why is that?
Because it's healthy.
Well, yeah. Limes are good too.
So I'm supposed to drink a minimum of 60 ounces of water every day since I had my heart attack. So I'm actually healthier now than I was before I had my heart attack. So I don't eat any red meat except once a week. I eat fish twice a week. I eat a lot of corn and green beans, and I eat broccoli. But sometimes I put a little cheese on that. But anyway, I eat better than I used to. But I want you to help us with the 2020 campaign. And we got that rabbit all the way up the tree, did we not?
I was going to say, we're not on the Feed the Crew hour anymore.
No, we're not. But we're going to do the 2020 campaign. I think we're really ready to hear some singing. Y'all ready back there with Amazing God by the Irwin family? Give me a signal. Here we go right now.
Good morning, everybody. We're here to lift up the mighty name of the Lord as we have already done. How about it? One more hand for that choir. Aren't you thankful for them? Praise the Lord. Wow. Wow, that's amazing.
God, you are holy. We call you holy. Righteous in everything you do. We come to you with the heart of thanksgiving. May all that we do bring glory to you. Glorious, amazing God, reign over us, O Lord. Marvelous, almighty King, it's your name we adore. Resounding through heaven's skies, Father, our song shall rise. We give you all praise, we stand here amazed, glorious, amazing God. stood the test of time. No one but you is deserving of honor, the giver of life and love so divine. We come proclaiming of your redeeming. You came to save, to shield and restore. We bless you now with the breath that you've given. We'll sing of your wonderful grace evermore. Glorious, amazing God, reign over us, O Lord. Marvelous, almighty King, it's your name we adore. Resounding through heaven's skies, Father, our song shall arise. We give you all praise, we stand here amazed. Glorious, amazing God. For you alone are worthy. For you alone are worthy. Glorious, amazing God, reign over us, O Lord. Marvelous, almighty King, it's your name we adore. Resounding through heaven's skies, Father, our song shall arise. We give you all praise, we stand here amazed. Glorious, amazing God. Amazing God.
All right. So I was actually watching the song on my phone, and so I was doing that. But you know what? I'm going to give $20 a month for the next 12 months, and so I've got it set up here. I'm not going to be able to do it right this moment because I got to go back to the office and get my debit card. I don't have it with me, but I'm going to do it. I've already pulled it up online, and it's really easy. I've already got it in, and I've got everything in here except for the card number. And it took me less than a minute to get that in there, literally. And so we're going to be doing that here in just a minute. So why am I doing that? It's because I am going to make it so that we only need 11 more. Only 11 more people for the 2020 campaign. So please help us out. I told you how important it is. It would be great to have this taken care of, and we would just know that the insurance payments and the slip fees or port fees, whatever you want to say about that. You can call it either one. The port, it's bigger than a slip, but our port fee for the boat, to get all that done and not have to even think about that. That would be so amazing. So if you help us with it, so I'm doing that too. So in just a minute, we'll have a new total on that to let you know right where we are, but we're getting very, very close. We're at $17,775, and we're going to top that 20,000. I'm hoping within the next 5 or 10 minutes, but certainly before this hour is over. Then we only have a half hour left. And what's the half hour left that we're going to do at the very end?
Hold on. Yes, the medical 25.
Yeah,
Medical
one-time donation of
mercy
$25 to buy a medical mercy pack, and we're looking for 25 of those. And some people, no doubt, are going to give more than one, and that'll be great. But we're going to do that the last half hour. Right now, finishing up, we're looking at the 2020 campaign. Hold that. Doesn't he look good holding that? Hold it up a little higher. There, no, down a little bit. Right there. That's good. Okay, so he's holding that up. I'm going to tell you one more time about Thor DeChico. What a great blessing this is. The lemonade stand be open Saturday, June the 20th. That's day after tomorrow, from 9 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon at 633 Pusey Mill Road, Lincoln University, PA. Please, please, please stop by and make this young man feel welcome and let him know how appreciated he is. And we're going to have a choir song. I'm not sure which one. Can you tell me which one?
No.
Can you tell me which one?
They can.
Okay, we're going to have another choir song in just a minute. Let me say one more time right where we are. God is there. Yeah, that's a great song. I love that. $19,775 is where we are. When we come back, we're going to be more than that. So pick up that phone and call right now. Make a difference. Let's get this $20,000 plus raised today and have a banner day. 4.5 hours and $20,000 is going to be awesome, don't you think?
Yep.
All right, we appreciate you. We love you. Right now we're listening to the choir singing God is There Right Now.
Surrounded by the darkness, it all came down too soon. Longing for redemption in this cold hospital room. God is there. What will she tell her family? Still her daddy's little girl. She can't believe she's showing, carrying the weight of the world. God is there. Where you think he won't come to, that's where he'll be, waiting for you. God is there in the middle of your life, in every single moment, in every single life. He's reaching for you. Right where you are, the God of the impossible is never very far. Oh, imagine a place you would never be. God is there. From the miracle of new life, a journey just begun, to the anguish of a father for his prodigal son. God is there, the author of our story. He's with us till it's done. I'm safe in this truth. God is there in the middle of your night. Every single moment, in every single life, he's reaching for you, right where you are. The God of the impossible is never very far. Oh, imagine a place he would never be. No height, no depth, nor life, nor death can separate you, never separate you. No height, no depth, no life, no death can separate you, never separate you, never separate you. God is there in the middle of your night, in every single moment, in every single life. He's reaching for you, right where you are. The God of the impossible is never very far. Oh, imagine a place you would never be. Oh, imagine a place you would never be. God is there.
We are live. How about that?
How about that?
Live with the Mercy Project. We missed that. It might come back next year. What do you think?
I think it's a good idea.
I'm ready for it. I think anything we can do these days is great. 2020 campaign. Do you know what that means?
$20 a month in 2020 will give us $240 from each person that decides
Right.
to donate.
So what we're saying is during the month of 2020, we're asking people to commit $20 a month for the next 12 months. So if you get on board this month, it's June.
Right.
So you would give $20 a month through May of next year. Now, some people are just giving us $240 as a one-time gift on the 2020 campaign. That is fine. That is absolutely fine. If you want to do it that way, just put that $240 right in there, but mark it as the 2020 campaign, and it'll go to help us pay for what?
Pay for all of the licensing and paperwork for the ship to be able to dock.
Yeah, the insurance and the dock fees.
Yes.
Insurance and dock fees. That is the basics. We pay those things, and then we are allowed to have a ship.
We don't want the ship to go rogue.
Right. So you pay that every, the $20 a month, commit it for 12 months. It'll take care of all the insurance payments and all the docking fees for the year. You can do it with your debit card. You can call in and set it up, and they'll just take $20 a month on, every month on the same day. Or you can write a check and send it in, or you can do however you want. You can use your PayPal account, you can use your Visa, MasterCard, debit card, whatever you want to do, however you want to do it. I use my Carnival MasterCard. That's what I do. Do you know why I use my Carnival MasterCard?
Because you want the rewards points.
I want the points. I've already got enough points for a free cruise for me. And as soon as we get enough points for a cruise for Helen, we're going to go for free on a Carnival cruise if they ever start back up. But anyway, 2020 donation is what we're looking, $20 a month for the next 12 months. Commit it sometime during the year of 2020 and be part of our 2020 campaign. And we got a great song coming up by the Rochesters right now, and we know you're going to enjoy it. We know it's going to be a blessing to you. Hadn't the singing been good today?
Yeah.
It has. The Irwins were great, and we just finished with the choir. We've had a couple of great choir songs. We never did get to hear Chainbreaker. I was disappointed. Instead of Chainbreaker, we played, I wasn't disappointed with Redeemed. I love that song. But I was disappointed we didn't get to put Chainbreaker on. But maybe before the night is over, we'll find out why we weren't getting any sound out of it, and we'll get it on. But in the last half hour, we've got another group coming up we're going to hear from. And do you know who they are?
Surrender.
Surrender. I thought I might throw him under the bus, but no way.
Nope.
All right, so we're ready to go back to another song. Please pick up that phone and give us a call. Only need 11 more people to commit $20 a month, and we will be there. So help us out. Are we ready to hear from the Rochesters? Let's go.
This song, just the title of it, blesses my heart. It is well with my soul. Takes me back to 1945 on a Tuesday morning. The Lord saved me, and it's been well with my soul ever since.
When peace like a river attended my way, when sorrows like sea billows roll, whatever my lot thou hast taught me to say, it is well, it is well with my soul, it is well with my soul. beloved, though trials should come, let this blessed assurance control that Christ has revived my helpless estate and has shed his own blood for my soul. My sin, oh, the bliss of this glorious thought. My sin not in part, but the whole is nailed to the cross, and I bear it no more. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, oh my soul. And Lord, haste the day when my face shall be sight, the clouds be rolled back as a scroll. The trump shall resound, and the Lord shall descend. Even so, it is well with my soul. It is well with my soul. It is well, it is well with my soul.
Are we on? We are on. We're back. Isn't it great to be back? Okay, I was watching on there. Okay, so I'm finding the state. Here we go. And we're just about ready to get this done. Let's see. Tell them what we're doing here.
All right. $20 a month in 2020. The idea here is you give $20 a month for 12 months, and that would equal $240 donated to the ministry. And we were talking about these numbers a little earlier. $20 a month. Most months have about 30 days. If you divide those numbers, it equals to be about 67 cents, almost 67 cents a day, which is probably cheaper than most items at the grocery store, right? So, you know, if you've been thinking about donating,
I did it.
He did it.
I gave my $20 a month, and it starts today, so we'll take $20 a month out of my Carnival credit card. I interrupted him. Did you notice that?
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, I did it. But not only did I did it, but also these people did too. Read that out. How many is that?
$20 a month.
Right?
Cheryl Zuger.
That's 1.
Kelly Duval.
That's 2.
Denise Barton.
3.
Jim and Regina Mock.
4.
And Cindy Brown.
5. So that's 5 added to, what did we have? How many did we have?
Not sure.
Well, let's see. No, we had 8, and then we had 9, 10, 11. So we had 11, and we add those. That was how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5, that is 16. We need 4 more. We just need 4 more, and we're going to have all of that. And so, let's see. So, wow, we're getting up there. How much is 5 more? How much is that?
Okay. Total.
Yeah?
For the day.
Yeah? Are you ready for this? I'm going to write it down. Here we go. What do we got?
Well, first of all, let's just say $16,215 in donations with the matching donation of $5,000. That makes $21,215. All
right. I'm gonna give you a hand for figuring all that up.
I'm good for something.
$21,215, and we're not finished yet. We have another 40 minutes to go, so we want you to help us out. Do we have anything to go to at this point? Did we pick out a song? I think we got so excited. I went and got my credit card and gave my $20 a month, and I've been keeping up with everything going on around here.
You're excited about those Carnival rewards points.
Yeah, and I got Carnival rewards points on the money I gave. So, yeah, we're just cruising right along, having a wonderful time. And so, do we have a song back there? Hey, you know what? We've only got 10 minutes to get these last 4 donors at $20 a month. So if you haven't done that yet, now is the time to do it. Let's get those last ones, just 4 more. And hey, the phones have been ringing, and I appreciate it. To Cheryl and Kelly and Denise and Jim and Regina and Cindy, thank you very, very, very much. That is so important to the 2020 campaign. And so, do we have a song? Yes. And what is it? 3 Men on the Mountain. I love that song. I love to hear Ben sing. The Rochesters are one of my favorites, and Ben is one of my favorite people. And so here we go. We're going to listen to the Rochesters sing 3 Men on a Mountain. Here we go.
3 men on the mountain. The man in the middle is my Lord and Savior.
3 men on the mountain upon Calvary, and the man in the middle was Jesus. He died for you and me. 3 men on the mountain upon Calvary, and the man in the middle was Jesus. He died for you and me. Well, the man on the left was a sinner man, nailed to the cross he bled. He could have been forgiven, but he mocked the Lord instead. You say you are the Son of God, well, they nailed you to that tree. Come down and save us, if God your Father be. 3 men on the mountain upon Calvary, and the man in the middle was Jesus. He died for you and me. for his sins. He sought the Lord's forgiveness, and Jesus said to him, verily I say to you, before this day is o'er, you'll be with me in paradise to live forevermore. Three men on the mountain up on Calvary, and the man in the middle was Jesus. He died for you and me. Three men on the mountain up on Calvary, and the man in the middle was Jesus. He died for you and me.
We are live.
Smooth.
We are live. We're glad to be live. That's better than the alternative, I suppose. So, yeah, I'm still watching us even on my phone. I can still see what we're doing. And if you are watching on the phone, then you probably noticed that we've raised $21,215, and we only need 4 more donors at $20 a month to have the 20 that we were shooting for this hour. So help us make that happen. It is the 2020 campaign.
Right.
Yeah, $20 a month in the 2020 campaign. Help us take care of that baby right there. That is our ship. That is Mercy's vessel. She sleeps 24. She has a full kitchen, and she has a full clinic and a full pharmacy that will take 2 doctors and 4 nurses. And she is going to Puerto Cortez in November. She leaves October the 28th and will be ready for service for November the 5th through the 14th. And then she will come home and get back somewhere around November the 18th to the 20th, trying to get all of our people back in time for Thanksgiving at the end of the work. And what you're giving for when you give to the 2020 campaign is you're giving to pay for our insurance and our docking fees. So help us out and make that donation and bump us up.
Right.
And we are so excited. Our goal today originally was how much?
15,000.
15,000, and we got that in 2 hours. And since then, we've gone from 15,000 to what?
$21,215.
That just sounds so sweet. $21,215, but we're not done yet. We have another 35 minutes, and we want you to help us with it. So over these next few minutes, let's see if we can get us a bump up on the 2020 campaign. And then after that, we're going to move to something brand new, and we only have 1/2 hour to do it. So if you're going to give during the last segment, if you've been waiting to give for the Medical Mercy packets, if that's what you've been waiting for, you only have a 1/2 hour to do it. That starts in about 5 or 6 minutes. So right now, we're finishing up with the 2020 campaign, and we're going to watch our video one more time and take a tour of Mercy's vessel and see a little bit about the last trip in November and a little foreshadowing of the one that's coming in this coming November. We ready with our video? Let's go right now. We are outrageously excited about the Mercy Project because our ship, Mercy's vessel, is finished. And let me just tell you, this is a project that is near to our hearts. And we had a dream that one day we would have a clinic on board a ship. And that ship could just go right into port, and people could come right to the ship and be seen by doctors and nurses who would love them and care for them and provide the medical attention that they need, while the rest of us took the opportunity to tell them about the love of the Lord Jesus Christ and give them the gospel plainly and concisely so that we might see them saved. And you know what? That dream was a vision. It became a desire, a yearning, a longing to see it come to pass. And then it became a goal where we began to buy the ship and work on the ship and get people to come out and work on it day and night for months at a time. And it was just a move of God upon so many to make this happen.
The cross before me, the world behind me, the cross before me, no no turning back, no turning back. I will follow.
So you know what? Several $100,000 and thousands upon thousands of man hours have been invested into Mercy's vessel so that she's ready to go now. But she still needs your help. Every time she leaves, there's fuel that has to be taken on board so she can stay afloat and go where she needs to go. Food has to be provided for the crew. Port fees have to be paid for so that she can reach the areas that she needs to go. And every time she goes somewhere, lives are going to be touched and changed, and missionaries are going to be encouraged, and the gospel is going to be preached. Make a donation today. It'll make a difference in your life, and it'll make a difference in lives that you may never know, you may never see them, but in eternity you will find that people from all over the world have been touched because of the donation that you made to the Mercy Project to make Mercy's vessel possible. All right. We are going to have a lemonade stand run by Thor DeChico. We thank him so very much for it. It's coming up this Saturday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. It is at 633 Pusey Mill Road in Lincoln University, PA. And so that information is right in front of you right now. And we want you to write her down and keep it in your mind. And we're going to try to post it on Facebook in the morning and also on Saturday morning. By the way, here we go. We want to thank some people who've been watching us. We want to thank Jenny Middleman, Darlene Rowland, Daryl Rowland. We also want to thank Becky Lynn. I know who you are, Becky. Hope you're having a great vacation. Kobe Taylor. Thanks, Kobe, all the way back from Texas to the area. Just got back in about a week or so ago. Vicki Hauk is watching us. Ernie Yates is watching us. Dora Yates is watching us. Rick and Sharon Day, Minnie Perry. Rick and Lisa Tallman watching us. And hey, you know who else is watching us?
Who's that?
Alan Delgado, all the way from Costa Rica, Central America. Thanks, Alan. Hey, you're on our list. We got plans for you. We're looking for you and your family to meet with us in November in Puerto Cortez. We want Flory to work in the medical clinic, and we want you and your kids to help us in VBS. Doesn't that sound great? Okay, so you know what we're doing this hour? By the way, I want to say that we had 18 people sign up for the 2020 campaign. We miscounted a little earlier. We said it was 16, but as I missed a couple, I went to the office and found out. So where we are at the moment is we're at 18. We thank you very, very much. We only have a half an hour left, and we want you to help us with the Medical Mercy Packet. I'm holding that up, but we can hold these up. Hold that one up. Yeah, $25 worth of stuff in here. This one happens to be a Spanish one, and it's got a beautiful picture of a child on the front. This one has the world, doesn't it? Yeah, it has the world and the children of the world. That says Medical Mercy Packet. This one does too. But this has a Spanish Bible in it. That has an English Bible in it. It has all kinds of great stuff in there. Toothpaste. It has Neosporin. It has baby shampoo, Band-Aids, toothpaste, toothbrush, wet wipes, a bar of soap, all kind of important stuff in there. And so we give these away. We need 300 to go to Puerto Cortez. We have 150 on the ship right now. So you know what we're looking for? We're looking for 25 today. 25 today in the last half hour. Now, the good news is, are you ready with your pen? Okay. You ready with the pen? Okay. The good news is we got 4 of them already. Dr. Talbert Moore from Loganville, Georgia. Dr. Talbert Moore, I got it written down right here. Dr. Talbert Moore of Loganville, Georgia is buying 4 Medical Mercy Packets for $100 for us. We appreciate that very much. That means we need 21 more. Buy 1, buy 2, buy 4, buy 10, whatever you think you can afford, but help us with the Medical Mercy Packets. We're also going to get some more numbers together for you in the next little while. And we have a song from Surrender coming up. When?
Right now.
Right now. Y'all ready?
On Calvary stands an endless mercy tree, and every broke and weary soul find your rest and be made whole. Stripes of blood that stain its frame, shed to wash away our shame. From the scars, pure love released, salvation by that mercy tree. In the sky, between 2 thieves, hung the blameless Prince of Peace, bruised and battered, scarred and scorned, sacred head pierced by our thorns. It is finished was his cry. The perfect Lamb was crucified. The sacrifice, our victory. Our Savior chose the mercy tree. Hope went dark that violent day. The whole earth prayed and love's display. 3 days silent in the ground, this body born for heaven's crown. But on that bright and glorious day, when heaven opened up the grave, oh, he's alive and risen indeed. Oh, praise him for the mercy tree. Deathless precious mercy tree.
Okay, we got 15 minutes left, and we want you to help us out here. We want you to give $25 to buy one Medical Mercy packet, or $50 to buy two, or $100 to buy four. Please help us out. This is the last thing we're doing today, and we need another 150 of these. We need 300 to go to Puerto Cortez. Right now we have 150 on the boat. We need another 150, and we're planning to take them down in August. Yep, planning to take them down in August from here. We assemble them right here in Pennsylvania, in Nottingham. And my wife and I and a couple of my grandkids are going to go down to the ship and spend a few days down there, and we want to take another 150 of these when we go. And so in order to do that, we've got to be able to put them all together. So we need your help. $25 is not much to buy a Medical Mercy packet. We've already had 4 given, and we'd like to have some more. So help us out and give a Medical Mercy packet for this. I wanted to mention something else too. In these Medical Mercy packets, there is always a New Testament, and we always look to get those donated. That's not part of the $25. And so somebody actually called me this morning, and he called me from Louisiana, Shreveport, Louisiana, and guess what he did? You won't guess what he did, I bet.
What's that?
Just take a wild guess.
Said he would donate some.
Yes, he's donating 100 Spanish Bibles. So we only need 50 more Spanish Bibles. We're looking for a couple of places. We have different individuals who usually just donate the Bibles for us. So he's already donated 100. We'll need 50 more of those. And so we've got the Bibles to go in the Medical Mercy packet. So that means that we need for you to give us the rest of the stuff. Now, this one looks a little rough. I think I've had it for a while, but it has a tube of toothpaste. It has a toothbrush. It has a box of Band-Aids. It has Neosporin. It has some hand sanitizer. It has a bar of soap. It has all kinds of stuff in here. And it has some baby shampoo, just all kinds of important stuff. I have a list of all that goes in there, and I don't have in front of me right now, but all that stuff I know is in there, and we give these to every child 12 years old and under who comes through the clinic. So when the families come through and they have their children of 12 and under, we give them a Medical Mercy packet, and we always need at least 300 of these when we go. So please, please, please help us out. They're very, very important. One of the big problems in Central America is having the hygiene things that they need. So when you give this, it makes a great difference. We have had a marvelous day. Let's see. What did you say our total was?
I feel like I need a drum roll, right? $22,335.
$22,335. What a great, great day. Help us round it up just a little bit further. And we got about 11 more minutes to go. And we're going to hear another song from Surrender at this point, I believe. And we really, really want you to make the phones ring. And let's end this day like we started, with a big bang. So get on that phone and give us a call and give $25. Or 50 or 100, and buy some Medical Mercy packets. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Are we ready? Let's go.
How deep the Father's love for us, how vast beyond all measure. And He would give His only Son to make a wretch His treasure. How great the pain of searing loss! The Father turns His face away, has wounds which mar the chosen one, bring many sons to glory. Behold the man upon the cross, my sin upon His shoulders. Ashamed are His scoffers. It was my sin that held Him there, until it was accomplished. His dying breath has brought me life. I know that it is finished. I will not boast in anything, no gifts, no power, no wisdom, but I will boast in Jesus Christ, His death and resurrection. What should I gain from His reward? I cannot give an answer, but this I know with all my heart: His wounds have paid my ransom. Why should I gain from His reward? I cannot give an answer, but this I know with all my heart: His wounds have paid my ransom.
Ready? All right, we're on. So right now we have 8 Medical Mercy packs. So what does that bring our total up to? We add $100 to what we had before, so where are we at?
$22,435.
$22,435. What a fantastic day. I was just back there in the office, and they told me that it was the phone crew that made it such a great day. They are the ones who really made it happen. Don't you agree?
Sure.
Sure, absolutely. I want to thank several people. I want to thank Derek for getting thrown under the bus several times during the day. But he takes it well. We appreciate him. We don't know what we'd do without Derek. He always helps us co-host, and we enjoy it very, very much. And we might talk about bringing the Live with the Mercy Project back, and we might do that. I don't know when or even if, but we've talked about it a few times. We'll see. I also want to thank our tech crew, and that's Paul Nickel back there and Dan Grindstaff, and they do a fantastic job every time, keeping us on the air, keeping us clean, making us look good, and then always letting us know when we're chasing too many rabbits. So they're doing a great job back there. Medical Mercy packets. We want you to give $25 for 1, 2, or 3, however many you want to give, but $25 a piece. We're winding down here. If you want to get in on this, you need to do it right now. So what we're going to do before we close out is we're going to show our video with the tour of the boat and what happened back in November last year, and then a foreshadowing of coming up to November this year. And then we'll come back live to close it out. But we hope you've enjoyed what we've done today. And we thank you for $22,400 plus given today, pledged today. We thank you from the bottom of our heart. God bless you. But right now we're going to go and watch what?
The video of the ship.
The video of the ship. Are we ready? Here we go. We are outrageously excited about the Mercy Project because our ship, Mercy's Vessel, is finished. And let me just tell you, this is a project that is near to our hearts. And we had a dream that one day we would have a clinic on board a ship, and that ship could just go right into port, and people could come right to the ship and be seen by doctors and nurses who would love them and care for them and provide the medical attention that they need, while the rest of us took the opportunity to tell them about the love of the Lord Jesus Christ and give them the gospel plainly and concisely so that we might see them saved. And you know what? That dream was a vision. It became a desire, a yearning, a longing to see it come to pass. And then it became a goal where we began to buy the ship and work on the ship and get people to come out and work on it day and night for months at a time. And it was just a move of God upon so many to make this happen.
The cross before me, the world behind me, the cross before me, no turning back, no turning back. I will follow you, Jesus, and I will follow you, Jesus, and I will follow you, Jesus, and I will follow you. Though none go with me, still I will follow. Though none go with me, still I will follow. Though none go with me, still I will follow. No turning back, no turning back. Though I may wander, I still will follow. Though I may wander, I still will follow. Though I may wander, I still will follow. No turning back, no turning back. I will follow.
So you know what? Several $100,000 and thousands upon thousands of man hours have been invested into Mercy's Vessel so that she's ready to go now. But she still needs your help. Every time she leaves, there's fuel that has to be taken on board so she can stay afloat and go where she needs to go. Food has to be provided for the crew. Port fees have to be paid for so that she can reach the areas that she needs to go. And every time she goes somewhere, lives are going to be touched and changed, and missionaries are going to be encouraged, and the gospel is going to be preached. Make a donation today. It'll make a difference in your life, and it'll make a difference in lives that you may never know, you may never see them, but in eternity you will find that people from all over the world have been touched because of the donation that you made to the Mercy Project to make Mercy's Vessel possible. Okay, we're back for a moment. We're saying good night.
Good night.
We want to remind you, please go to our website, www.gpamm.com, for all of the information. We really didn't mention this at all during the whole evening, and we should have, but there are still a couple of spaces open for the November trip. If you would like to go down to Puerto Cortez and work in either the clinic, and I think we only have a couple of spots left in the clinic, or if you want to work in the evangelistic side, there's a couple of spaces left there too. So just go to our website and you can actually fill out an application right from there and let us know you want to go in November. We got like 3 or 4 spots left is all we got, but we'd love for you to go, so tune into that. We have enjoyed the day. What a banner day. In just a little over 4 hours, we've raised $22,435. Right. So that is amazing. We thank you from the bottom of our heart. So we'll see you soon. Y'all have a great, great evening. And don't forget to go to the lemonade stand. Absolutely. Yes. Thor DeChico, we're going to come see you at the lemonade stand. Bye-bye.